morning, everybody. So happy that you are joining us for our September's Foundation for the Future's Conversations for the Future. My name is Meredith Garfalo, and I will be your morning hostess of this spectacular event. I've been doing these now for a little more over than a year. I started myself by being a participant and being a speaker, and then with my full-time job, which I am a senior broadcast meteorologist and space and science correspondent here in the New York City area for News 12 New York. I do weather forecasts for News 12, the tri-state region, including Connecticut and New Jersey, but also more locally for Long Island, the Hudson Valley, and Westchester. And sometimes I do some forecasting for the Bronx and Brooklyn. But as you heard, I'm also a space and science correspondent. So I'm taking my background in science. I have a Bachelor of Science in Meteorology with my, I guess you would say, experience over the years covering stories on space and policy and kind of putting those together to create a new position as a scientist that's also a space correspondent to help tell those really important stories that can be shared all over the world about what's going on, not just here on Earth with space, but up in space. And so my nickname's Rocket Girl. So if you see that hashtag, I covered my first launch back in 2018, I think, the GOES satellite launch, and now I'm the biggest space nerd ever. So the bug bit me hard, and I'm really happy to be here with all of you this morning to moderate this panel and to get some good energy going, because I saw we have people here from the West Coast. I saw we have people here from all over the world, and I already have a question about the weather on the moon, Rebecca, of course, right? Let's just say you're going to need a lot of layers. But enough about me. I'm excited to be here with you virtually from Long Island this morning. I cannot wait to introduce you to our first speaker. And we have Ed Brooks joining us, who I actually met through Foundation for the Future, one of these conversation events. So it just goes to show you never know who you're going to meet and connect with when you talk to. A little bit of a background about Ed. He is the founder of the Beacons to address the problems that face all new technologies, such as why does it take so long to go from being possible to going to be mainstream? Even AWS or Zoom or Tesla, did you know they took 10 to 15 years to get to mainstream? Having qualified as a CPA with EY and worked as a consultant with Accenture, Mr. Brooks knows this problem firsthand from his own tech startups in education, blockchain, digital media, and automation. For the space sector, Mr. Brooks implements marketing solutions that learn from previous waves of innovation so that today's space startups can move a lot faster. So without further ado, Ed, thank you for joining us. The conversation begins.
Well, first of all, thanks very much. I appreciate the energy and the enthusiasm. Also, I can feel completely ignorant because, as you'll quickly learn, I'm not a space expert. But what is absolutely fascinating is when you look at the space, sector generally, the kind of patterns it's following are very similar to what's happened before. So really what I'm going to talk about is, what can we learn from those previous kind of new technologies, new evolutions that, transformed our world, but still went through exactly the same journey that you're all going through in the space sector. So, so this is kind of almost a growth conversation rather than a space conversation. Let me find exactly what I was talking about. Did we close down all the, bear with me a second. I think I might close down my screens.
That's okay. We've all been there. At least you don't have like some silly picture of you, like, drinking coffee from a spoon or something weird like that, I don't know where I came up with that, but maybe I was thinking of coffee and, randomness. But that's why we love this. Oh, there we go. Looks good.
Sorry, but I can't see the, it's not working. This is weird. Oh, it is open though, sorry. This is not sharing. Give me a second, sorry, it's just. Oh, it's funny. It's on full screen from there we go. I've never actually presented from Canva before, so this is my sorry, part of this present. There we go. Yeah, so sorry. So fundamentally, you know, I had two sort of slides or kind of titles for this presentation, and the first one is, you know, it's 2027. You know, what are the 5 actions that you wish you took in 2022? That was the first slide. And again, I don't want to be too negative or dramatic, but fundamentally, that was kind of the thing. You know, what are you going to look back and regret not doing in 2022? Or alternatively, you know, what are 5 simple steps to get more customers, attract investors, and dominate your niche in the space sector? So I guess the first one's a bit of a negative one, you know, what things you're going to regret, more of a positive one, you know. But either way, really, what can you be doing today to actually dominate your niche? You know, no matter which part of the space sector you're in, what can you be doing today that's going to anchor down your growth? And, you know, for me, you know, and not, as I said earlier, I'm not a space expert, so don't expect me to ask any space questions. You know, the fundamentals are, you know, the future of space is kind of easy to predict. None of this is going to, you know, for anyone that's call is going to be a surprise. You know, we all know that there's going to be, you know, people traveling to different planets. We all know that there's going to be an ecosystem of satellites and constellations, you know, in various orbits, not just around Earth. We know that it's going to be a massive infrastructure that's required to kind of create that, support it, manage it. You know, we know there's going to be people teaching, you know, and there's going to be recruiters. So there's this whole thing that's absolutely going to happen. That's kind of the simple thing I think we could all agree on. But behind this is going to be powered by like thousands and thousands of commercial enterprises, you know, many of whom, you know, you're in the sector already, you know, many of whom already exist, but there's going to be, this just doesn't happen. There's going to be thousands and thousands of specialists, you know, from, you know, people building small bolts through to people actually running the whole platforms and ecosystems. You know, this is going to be powered by these commercial enterprises. But most of these exist today. Some of them don't. Some are still going to come along. But there's just really 2 unknowns in this whole journey. Only 2, as far as I can see. And the first one is, you know, how fast is this all going to happen? And, you know, the second one is, you know, will you survive to be the dominant player in whichever part of the space sector you're going to be playing in? And, you know, so that's really fundamentals. You know, how fast is going to happen, and will you survive long enough to be the dominant player? And this is really your question for today is, you know, how can you be that dominant player in your niche when the market kicks in? And a lot of, you know, success in businesses is about perseverance. It's about keeping going. It's about just, you know, realizing that you're absolutely right. Your instincts are right, but can you survive long enough for the market to catch up with you? Because, you know, much of what we're talking about is, you know, like if you're doing a lot of what we're talking about in 5 years' time, you're going to be doing this too late. So, you know, what can you be doing now to dominating your marketplace that in 5 years' time, you'll look back and go, wow, you know, thank God I did that, because, or I wish I had done that. So you want to choose which side of the coin you want to be on. But, you know, it sounds a bit of a cliche, but, you know, today is that opportunity you're never going to have again. So, you know, this is the chance to do things now that you're not going to regret. And you're going to actually look back and say, well, thank God I did that. But behind all this, you know, a lot of what I'm going to talk about here, and there's 5 key points I'm going to talk through. You know, this is relatively simple. This is not stuff that, you know, what you're doing in terms of your product, your services, your technology. This is what you're doing there is way more complicated than what I'm going to talk about. So you shouldn't be frightened by it, or you shouldn't put it off. You know, what I'm asking you to do is very, very simple. But you have to remember that the space sector is not unique. You know, the journey you're going through, the evolution you're going through is not, you know, it's not the first time it's ever happened, you know, by quite the opposite. You know, you're walking a very, very well-trodden path. And I think a lot of what I want to talk about is, you know, how can you learn from those who've gone before you in different sectors, you know, that you can actually take their lessons learned and, you know, apply them so that you're able to be in that dominant position. And, you know, we've all been there. You know, you've seen the vision, you know, you've actually been ahead of the market. You've started, you know, with your product, your service, whatever it is, you've probably arrived at the starting point probably too early. You know, you're way ahead of the marketplace, and then you just have to wait. This whole thing of not knowing, you know, how long, you know, should you persevere? Should you raise more funds? Should you explain to your spouse that, you know, you're still earning no money, but this is definitely going to happen? You know, how long can you just keep going for? That's really the thing. But you have to remember this is not a unique journey. I can go back to this. Tesla founded in 2003. 2008 when their first car came out, no one was really buying it. And even like 2009, 10, they were starting to take off, but this wasn't like an overnight success. Bitcoin founded in 2009. If you were buying or selling in 2010, 2011, or 2014, you were miles ahead of the marketplace. Even as something as simple as buying or selling used cars online, like what the Carvana does now. It sounds like an obvious thing to be doing now, but no one was doing it in 2013. It was maybe taking off in 2015, 2016. So whatever stress or pain you're going through, this is not unique to the space sector. So this is kind of what I want to focus on. What must you be doing while the market takes time to catch up with you? You've been ahead of the curve. The market, the market's going to happen, but what can you be doing in the meantime? And the answer simply is, you need to be putting in place everything you need that's going to drive your growth. And there's some 5 simple things we're going to talk through. And I want to focus on this thing about 2022. These are things that, if you leave it later, then your odds of success are going to drop. Every day is a kind of wasted opportunity here to be doing the bedrock things that are going to rocket your growth. But the first and foremost piece, and Meredith knows this, I'm a big believer in creating content. And the next part, that it's point 2, falls very directly from point 1, but creating content is one of the most important things you can be doing. And the simple fact is that, come 2027, 2032, Google, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, these things are all going to exist. And if they don't exist, something will have replaced them that still needs content. But where you are in your evolution is that you're ahead of the curve. So you've got this unique opportunity to do this kind of like online, like digital land grab. So again, the example I've got here is, no one really today is searching for the term space tugs, but at some point they're going to be searching. So if you're a space tug company, or you're selling secondhand space tugs, or how to maintain a space tug, or how to, build a space tug, or whatever your specialism is within the space tug market, this is your unique chance to create content now that is going to be, is going to be searched for in the future, or is going to be found in the future. But again, if you start to do this in 2027, if you in the market for space tugs is taken off in 2027, if you start to do it then, you've missed the boat. So whichever niche you're in, create content, because you can rank number 1 on YouTube very, very quickly for content that is kind of almost like pre-demanded. You're ahead of the curve. You're creating content that people are going to be searching for, in the future. So whichever niche you're in, create content around that niche, get it out there, and it's going to be the easiest possible land grab you can do. The second thing, again, one other thing is that, we always talk about video first. Don't bother writing blogs, just do videos. And I won't walk you through this slide in detail, but the reality is that if you do video is very, very effective, because with a video, you can then get the transcription, turn that into a blog. So rather than taking weeks to write a blog, which is painful, it's miserable, just do a quick video, suck out your knowledge from that one topic that you've picked onto a video. And from that, you can create, long form videos, short form videos, blog posts, key messages. You can take the audio off and do podcasts. So video is very, very effective. So quick thing, don't do blogs, start with video. The other thing is that all this content is massively reusable. And I know I was focusing very much on the kind of the Google, YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn kind of distribution model there. But the reality is, all this content is going to be reused when you talk to investors, analysts, when you're presenting to the media. If you're hiring people, then the video content you've created helps people understand the company they're interviewing for. So all of this is massively reusable. So it's not just a question of a bit of online, space. This is content that you're going to reuse over and over again. So that's the first thing. The second thing is SEO. And again, this sounds super boring, but SEO is a fact, is a long-term play. And if you've created the content, not leveraging it is almost like criminal. But SEO doesn't happen overnight. I mean, I will say the only exception to that is something like YouTube, which is actually surprisingly easy to rank for, especially for search terms that are just starting to emerge. But what you're doing now is you're thinking, where do I want to be positioned in 2027, 28, 2032? And if you're actually able to create content and get it found on all the search engines, then this means you're going to have a dominant position, when the market kicks in. So when someone's searching for space tugs, it's your blog, it's your images, it's your video that they're going to come up. So SEO sounds really boring, but if you start to do it in 2027, you've missed the boat. Because you've missed out in terms of the land grab, but also SEO just takes a long time to do it. So you created the content, just leverage it. That's the key thing. And the third part is probably the most pivotal thing we can talk about here is, building your audiences and actively building. It's not just waiting passively, because, the thing that gives, the New York Times value or the BBC value, is kind of their brand name, but it's the fact that they've got audiences pre-built who, turn on and read their content, watch their content or whatever. That is the most powerful thing you can have. And Meredith, you probably saw the Gary Vee quote a number of years ago. He said, we're all media companies now, and kind of fundamentally we are all media companies now. We're all able to create content, build content, but unless you've got an audience to actually to distribute that content to, you're almost, there's almost like no point, having the content. So actively building an audience is really, really essential. And at the end, I'll explain why. If you're not convinced yet, at the end I'll explain exactly why this is the most important thing you can be doing. But if you've got your own audience, so let's say you've got 10,000 people in your network on LinkedIn, or you've got 5,000 people on your Instagram, or like an email list of 2,000 or 5,000 or 10,000. Literally, this is your sales engine you can turn on whenever the time's right. Because as I've said before, the thing you can't control in this whole journey that you're on is, when is the market going to kick in for what you're looking for? But the one thing you can do is prepare for that actually being, for you being ready for when that happens. So if when the market kicks in, you've actually got a following on LinkedIn, you've got, a YouTube channel that's got followers and subscribers, you've got people who actually, are consuming your content. Whenever the time's right, that is your sales engine that you can start to turn on as whenever you need. And one of the mistakes we see people doing generally is, well, the first mistake is people just don't do this. So that, again, what I'll say to you over and over again is that you've got this massive opportunity in whatever niche you're in to be doing this land grab. So you can be the dominant player on Instagram for whichever part of the space sector you're in. I can almost guarantee you can be doing that very, very quickly because your competitors are not thinking this way. But also on top of this, we see that companies are either not doing it at all, which is the most common thing. And even if they are doing it, they're probably capturing, an audience on one channel or maybe two channels. And this is about taking all that content you're doing and, leveraging it across all possible channels. And certainly you're best to prioritize channels. So don't go after, be the biggest on Pinterest as your priority. But certainly, and don't laugh, I'll say, you need to be strong on Pinterest at some stage, but obviously LinkedIn's key. Getting active on Twitter is key as well. Facebook, probably secondary, but LinkedIn's and Reddit are probably strong places to be. But it's not just about being big on one channel, it's about having multiple channels. Again, this all compounds, so it all gets better. So that's the third point. The fourth point, again, I feel like I'm getting a bit boring here, but, I talk about SEO sounds boring, but, your CRM is going to be, your kind of machine that drives a lot of what happens here, because, it's kind of an engine. You're starting to get data, you're starting to see what works, what's not working. You're actually capturing, information that's going to be invaluable. So when it comes to actually selling, what your sales funnel is going to be. What's working, what's not working, where your audience is coming from, who they are, you get details about them. So that means you can scale. And also along the way, you're actually automating as much as possible. And the most overlooked thing that we see when it comes to CRMs is the fact you're getting so much data. Data on, job titles, data on where your audience is, data on, behaviors, how they found you, what they did after they found you. All this data means that when it comes to scaling, you've got everything you need, already. And again, it takes a long time to build up the right kind of data, the right volumes of data. And this is why, starting this in 2027 is too late. It's something you have to be doing, now as fast as possible, because every day lost is a day lost of data. And The fifth thing, the first four things are absolutely almost like digital marketing things, digital things that you can be doing, remotely, online, whatever. But number five is about building leveraged relationships. I'm trying to avoid use the word influencers, but let's talk about the word. I'll probably use the word influencers, throughout this, but I look at them as like leveraged relationships. And what you're doing here is, this is actually a personal conversation. This is you actually going out and reaching out to people who've got audiences. And the phrase, and the reason why I don't like the phrase influencer, it almost sounds like, you've got to like, be Kim Kardashian and have 10 million followers, but this is really not the case. These are people who've got audiences and audiences that listen to them. So it could be like a Gartner analyst, it could be like a McKinsey partner, and the McKinsey partner has, got an audience, I'm guessing, but he's probably working with, 5 or 10 key clients. But really, this is allowing you to kind of do the informal communication piece. So if you're reaching out to, McKinsey partner or a BCG partner who covers the space sector, what you're also doing is just getting onto the radar. And I can guarantee that they're going to be talking about you to someone in the next couple of days, because they'll say, oh yeah, I just saw this company that, runs space tugs or is building space tugs or is selling secondhand space tugs. And they'll start to say, they'll start to evolve this into their conversation, but they are not going to just stumble across you by accident. They might do, but the reality is that you can easily find out who they are. You can easily find out how to contact them, and they're going to love what you're talking about. So finding these kind of key, leveraged audience owners is important. And again, it could be a YouTuber, who's got 10 million followers. I'm not excluding that in the slightest, but it's almost like an active part of your week is to reach out and find 3 new like influencer contacts every single week. And the YouTuber is going to be, is going to get you onto their channel, and that's going to talk about you online. That's great, but a lot of this is just about the informal side of things, the bit that you can't track with cookies, the bit that you can't really follow through on. And see where people found out about you, because it's about getting people to talk about you. So that's really it. These are the 5 key things that you should be doing as of today: is creating, well, it says create weekly. Create content weekly, start your SEO, and now build audiences. Actively build audiences, get your CRM up and running, and actively network with people who've got their own audiences. And these are audiences that could be like 10 people, because they're strong with that 10 small group of people, or it could be 1 million people, it doesn't matter. But these are the 5 key steps. And if you're still not convinced, just think about this one scenario. You're fundraising, you already dominate your market online, you've got audiences, they're big and they're growing, you already know how to acquire customers. Is that going to impress an investor when you're actually asking for funds? The fact that you've got people, lined up to buy, the fact that you actually, have an online presence, when they actually go and search for what you do online, you're the number one, search result, whether it's on Google or YouTube or anything else. If you've got an audience, if you've got all this stuff already in place, and then you're asking for funds, you're seeking funds, that is absolutely going to impress the investors. So 2027 is going to be too late. It's as simple as that. This is stuff that you have to do. And again, this is kind of my passion. We do this across a number of different sectors. This is not just about space. What you're going through is unique to you, but it's not unique to the challenges of growing a technology business. But again, 2027 is going to be too late. So that's my monologue for the day. Should I ask for any questions, Meredith?
Yeah, actually, that was fantastic, Ed. And I think such a powerful start to this, because it's all about, as we do these, starting these conversations. And I had a question come in from Rebecca. What would you feel or say is the biggest obstacles to companies that are investing in a new sector like space?
I think like anything, it's just perseverance. The biggest thing is your mental battle, because I think what we all find generally is that our gut instinct is reasonably good. We don't wake up and with stupid ideas and then do stupid things all day. We actually wake up and are reasonably rational. Not fully rational human beings, but we're reasonably rational. So if you're in this unique position, you see a gap in the market, the chances are you're right. Most people stop there. They don't actually take the next step of, building something or getting to market or trying to get something or raise funds. And then the next thing that most people don't do is persevere. And this is the biggest thing in any sector, whether it's space or, legal technology or fintech, is this whole business of persevering. Can you last and survive and have the energy and the enthusiasm and the funds to go long enough to wait for the market to kick in? Because the chances are, your gut instinct is right.
No, I agree. I mean, we know we always go to our gut sometimes for those hard decisions we have to make. And so that definitely applies here. We always want to be first, we always want to be dominant, but sometimes there are situations where we can't. And this question coming in from Goncalo, do you really need to be the dominant player? Second mover advantage also works pretty well, right?
Yeah, so a lot of this is not about necessarily being the dominant player, but I think aspirations are, you've got if you set off to be dominant and you end up being second, that's not the end of the world. If you set off to be second and end up fifth, then so I think the starting point is aim is I'm kind of going to say a cliche here, but it sounds horrible. Aim for the stars. At least if you get to the moon, you got off the ground. But I think it's certainly setting your ambitions high. You don't need to be the dominant player. There's lots and lots, but I think, and there's also a lot of value in. You don't actually have to be first. I think that's probably the nuance I would say. Dominant is maybe not the key factor here. You don't have to be first. You can be the second or third and then be dominant because someone's created the market for you or you've come along and done something better. So seeing someone doing something similar to you and going, oh my God, they got out there first. That's a disaster. It's not a disaster at all. It's actually validation that, there's someone else out there, who had the same thoughts, saw the same opportunity. So I wouldn't, don't worry about not being first, but I do think you should be aspiring to be dominant.
Oh, I agree 100%. I mean, you think about situations in your own personal life, or you look at the athletes in the Olympics, for example, they don't get a bronze or silver medal and give up. I mean, if you're not dominant right away, that's a good thing. I mean, one, you have to put the work in and you have to put yourself out there, as you were suggesting. But, I agree with you, being first runner up sometimes is just going to push you to go move forward next time and make a difference even more. I've got one more question for you, and then we have a very special guest that's going to be joining us coming up next. But Sabrina wants to know if you have any suggestions for avoiding YouTube pulling content years after publication. She says she's had others have had several videos pulled over the years due to changes in their terms and conditions.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the biggest protection you can have, this is why I said, the key thing about audiences is that, it's a fact that, YouTube could cease to exist tomorrow. It's a fact. They could change their terms and conditions, or Google could change its algorithm. This is why, the biggest thing you can be having is your own audiences that you control. And audiences across different channels. So yes, it's great having a strong YouTube presence. I mean, I couldn't, Meredith, I'm a big believer in that. But it's also not, it's not having all your eggs in that one basket. So, but also I think generally, you have to be doing something pretty seriously wrong for Google or YouTube to punish you that badly. Or something serious has to happen in the marketplace for that to happen. So I wouldn't think of that. I think I'd be an extreme exception of that happening. But the facts are, you should be strong on multiple channels of audiences and multiple channels. The more, the better. The more you can control, the less riskier it's going to be. But I keep going back to, if what the modern sales journey or the modern investor journey is two of the same things. The first thing that someone does is they hear about you, and then they'll Google you. And then if you're sort of not on the search terms, or you're not on YouTube, or you're not popping up on whatever, then you're kind of almost lost. So if someone's, wants to invest in you or has heard about you and they think, well, I'd be interested in investing in them, if they don't find you when they search, then you're almost, that's kind of the end of the conversation. So you have to be strong on multiple channels, preparing for people to go to your Instagram and see, well, actually they've got 25,000 followers on Instagram. Fantastic. That they've already got momentum. I'm more likely to invest, or more likely to buy, so that this whole business of being strong everywhere is something that doesn't happen overnight. And this is why I keep going back to the 2027 goal. Stuff you start now is going to have a massive compounding benefit. At some point you're going to be there, but it doesn't happen if you start in 2027.
I agree 100%. And, being a member of the media myself for almost 15 years, I've seen the way that these stories are told. And, I think that's something also important to bring up is the relationships we have with our media contacts. I mean, well, for me being here, I extend this to everyone that's watching, I'm always a good person to reach out to have these conversations about. But what would you suggest for people about building those media relationships as well? Because as you said, when you're searching, you search a certain thing and an article could come up on a newspaper or a TV station that's going to be around forever too. So you have to be open and willing sometimes to put yourself out there and have somebody properly tell your story.
Well, absolutely. I think that's why that last part about, leveraged influencers is, I actually didn't mention the media specifically, but it's absolutely right. And I think the biggest thing I would say about the media generally is you've got niche correspondents who are looking for content, they're looking for stories. They may not be interested in you today, but just talking to them or resharing their content, posting, liking what they're doing, just get onto their radar. Very simple stuff that takes you maybe couple of, or you get someone in your team to be doing it, as soon as possible. And I would always say, like, have 10 people you're adding to your list every single week who you're following, tracking, liking, posting. And when you need to call them that favor, you're already on their radar. That's the first thing. But also, Meredith, you know this more than anyone, is that the New York Times doesn't suddenly, like, so when you see a viral, like you're watching NBC and a video goes viral and they're showing it on the NBC, they're not the ones that discovered it. It happened. It went to a local TV channel first. Then the NBCs of this world saw it getting traction there, and then just took the story from them. So you starting small and with local media is actually a great entry point. I mean, it's great from an SEO point of view. It's great from a small relationship point of view, but that's what builds up to giving you the credibility to get onto the NBCs or the Wall Street Journals, because they're not the most innovative part, but they're pretty good followers.
Oh, absolutely. Well, this was great, and we had some really good questions to start off this conversation. So, Edward Brooks, thank you so much for joining us. And
no,
of
pleasure,
course,
absolute pleasure.
If people have information, you had your email on the screen, but if you also want to throw that on chat, or the best ways for people to get in contact with you or through social media, everyone watching, you can look into the chat and see that information as well.
Yeah, I've just pinged that my email there. Perfect, great.
Perfect, thank you.
Right, great, no, thanks, fantastic. Good luck with the rest of the day. And it's a really great thing you're doing.
We appreciate you, Ed, joining us for this very important conversation, which now we're going to go to the conversation master himself. Now, this is exciting because, as you know, I, for a living, do the whole media thing, and I'm in the field reporting sometimes. And normally I'm not the anchor in the studio tossing to the reporter in the field. So today I'm going to actually be doing that here on Conversations, because we have the all-important face for space, Tim Kritzman, who is joining us from here in New York. Actually, he is at the SALT conference, which is actually a 3-day conference of high-level collaborators in finance, investing, and networking. He's prepping for hosting a panel on investing in space. That's actually going to be this afternoon. And if I wasn't working, I probably would come into the city and support him. But Tim, let's see where you are and tell me what's going on in the city.
Hi, Meredith. Thanks. Every time you introduce me, man, I have a lot to live up to. But yeah, no, it's great to be here. As you mentioned, here at SALT in New York City, SALT's. No, it's not a space conference, and that's why I'm here. It's one of the largest finance conferences in the world. Most people have heard of like Davos. This is probably 2 levels below Davos in terms of importance. There's something on the order of $3 trillion of assets under management that the attendees have. And so being able to help lead the conversation around investing in the space sector here is hugely important. As Edward was saying just a few minutes ago, positioning yourself with an eye towards the future means developing content, developing a message that can resonate across audiences, and basically make sure people know your name. And that's what we're trying to do with just the idea of investing in space. The conference here, most of the people are in some sort of alternative investment space, which if you're not in the finance world, alternative investments is kind of like alternative music. It's anything but pop or rock. And so alternative investments, might range from space to biotech to somebody talked about having fractional ownership of diamonds and precious minerals. So It can get pretty niche and pretty weird. But having space on the agenda, space was on the agenda last year for the first time, and got a great reception from attendees. This year's no different. In fact, most people are even more excited to hear about space because unlike last year where most of them had just started hearing about space, we had Bezos and Branson going up into space. And so there was starting to be some talk about, hey, maybe this is like for real and not science fiction. Now we've had another year where companies have started going public and getting listed on stock exchanges. More results that these investors pay attention to are coming out showing that yes, space can generate a return on investments. It's not just early stage companies. And so now there's even more interest in talking. Right now I'm in the hall with all of the investment funds. So there's several hundred of these little cubbies, and all the different investment funds that are here have, they each have one of these and are meeting with asset allocators, essentially people who have money they want to invest. So think pension funds, large institutions, rich people. And so they're taking their meetings here. What we're doing is trying to meet with those funds and say, look, your investment thesis is smart cities or energy or healthcare. Did you know that space has a role in that? And it's been exciting to see that some of these funds that, their initial reaction is, hey, space isn't what we do. Start to realize, there might be something here that, maybe it's as simple as letting them know one of their portfolio companies could benefit from connecting with some space companies. So we're going to help, do that for one of the funds we talked to yesterday. Or with another fund talked to yesterday, they were an early investor in SpaceX, bought it at $2 a share. So if you have been tracking SpaceX's private stock price, they're doing pretty well right now with their investment. But they bought that 8-10 years ago and haven't done any more on space. Talking with them yesterday, they're it rekindled an interest in looking at things and help them understand, hey, you've got a position in SpaceX. That's not all there is. And as good as the investment is that you made in SpaceX, there's a handful of other companies that probably are going to do as good or better in terms of their current valuation and where they're going. So that's been cool. In many ways, it's been a similar experience to when we take our workforce development conversation on the road and talk with community and technical colleges, with trade unions, with welders and machinists, and let them know, hey, space can be for you. Their face lights up, they get excited. Here it's very similar. A lot of these people grew up either, for the older ones, they saw Apollo. For the younger ones, watching Star Trek and science fiction and thinking, hey, space is pretty cool. And now, to hear, oh, I have a chance to do what I love here on Wall Street, investing, and maybe be involved in space too. It's a great feeling for them. So it's definitely an exciting time to be here, and it's only been possible. I can't reinforce this enough. What Edward was saying. We're here because for 18 months, we've been pushing out content about space finance, about what needs to be done, how it needs to be done, who needs to be working on it. And so when it came time to reach out to the organizers of SALT and say, hey, last year you had somebody who ran a venture fund moderate the panel on space. We're the Association for Space Finance. We represent investors in the space sector. We'd love to be that neutral third party that moderates the panel. it was our content that was out there that when they did a quick Google search, they were able to see, hey, it's true. These guys, they're real. They have a real live website. They have real live people that are working with them. And that's what gave us the ability to come here, that social proof to validate who we are and what we're doing. So that it sounds boring, hard, like you're looking out a long way to do it, but it does pay off. And even if you're looking at 2027 with this, optimizing your SEO and content development, it can start to pay off sooner. And we're seeing that here. Let's see. So that's SALT. That's what's happening here. We separate from that, last week, many of you probably saw the announcement from the National Space Council meeting, where Vice President Harris talked about how the administration is moving forward in developing the space workforce. This is super exciting. Over the last year, we've had a lot of conversations with leaders over at the White House, on the Space Council, talking about what it is that the space sector needs, what kind of workforce development, how that could be optimally structured, and essentially talking to them about, here's our design for workforce for the future, building regional networks, bringing in employers, large and small, other nonprofits, to try to maximize what is being taught, where it's being taught, and then leverage that to train new areas in how to enter the space sector in terms of workforce development, and not focusing only on STEM at the undergraduate or graduate level, not only focusing on the K through 12 and trying to push them into becoming engineers or rocket scientists, but also providing an opportunity and sort of an off-ramp to community and technical trades. And so it was really exciting to see the plan that was unveiled last week had a lot of those ideas, concepts, and the framework that we've been talking with them about over the past year or so. And it's even more exciting to see the sorts of organizations that have signed on. I've talked to a number of people about how, we were with the Good Jobs Challenge and with other grant programs, we're looking to pilot a version of this at a very small scale. But what the White House has been able to do is convene employers that have tens of thousands of employees, nonprofit and training providers that can service tens of thousands of students a year, and brought them together and bringing some of the funding mechanisms that are available at the Department of Labor, Department of Commerce, Department of Education, to help focus some of the effort on this technical and community college level training. So it's super exciting to see, and a huge success in terms of moving the conversation forward around workforce development for the space sector. So that's sort of what's happening here in New York City. It's delightful this time of year. I recommend people come March, April, September, October. Other than that, it gets chilly or stupid hot, especially if you're wearing three-piece suits. It's a lot of hot.
Well, Tim, I mean, you could do the weather for me tonight. That was perfect.
There's sun outside. There might be clouds. It's probably not going to rain, but it might. There we go.
I'll
Did I
check
nail it?
for you. Yeah, you did a pretty good job. But
Thanks.
we got some questions that are coming in, and this is awesome to have you talking with us while you're at an event, because as we know, we love your emails every week on the updates. So getting them live is pretty exciting. Ed wants to know, are investors segmenting their interests, for example, in infrastructure, tourism, and software?
In terms of the space sector, sometimes. For the most part, that sort of segmentation comes for space only investors. So venture funds like Starbridge or Space Capital or Space Fund, they do segment that, and part of their pitch to investors in their funds is, hey, we're going to have no more than 15% or 20% in any one of these segments. For the majority of the mainstream investors here, it's not so much. It may be that they happen to be segmenting where they're investing in the space sector because of what their fund does. So if it's, we talked to Conscience, a fund out of Florida, and most of what they do is deep biotech. But they've done some investments in the space sector related to that and 3D manufacturing in space, because it has the promise of helping manufacture some biotech equipment and organs. And so in that sense, they may segment it, but in general, there's not that level of detail available to these investors in their preferred information feeds. Did that answer your question?
It looks like he said yes, so thank
Perfect.
you. I had a couple more questions. I have a question for you, because I know we're talking a lot about, we're focusing on media and getting out there and putting yourself out there. What would you recommend? Because that's how we met. You worked with the media, you've networked with the media. What would you say are some of your best tips for advice for working with them? And then do you have any challenges that you have with getting information out through the media?
Yeah, I think the best thing I've learned in dealing with the media is they're trying to do a job. And if you think about how any of us do our jobs, quite often we don't know what we don't know. And if we're working on a project and somebody shows up out of the blue and says, hey, I have expertise in this, do you want some of my insight? More often than not, we're more than happy to accept that. And too often people think of media personalities, whether they're reporters or on-air talent, as this sort of celebrity. Like, oh, we can't contact them. We'll get their autograph if we run into them. But the vast majority of times, if you're reading an article and that sparks interest or, reminds you that, oh, I'm working on something similar, reach out to the reporter that did that. Very often, if they've written a story, it's easier for them to write a follow-up because they've had to pitch to their editor that here's why this story is newsworthy. Here's how that moves the conversation forward. Once that's already been done, now if there's an update to the story, it's much easier for them to go back, write story number 2. And so being able to provide new content, new insight helps them. Their evaluation is on how much they write, the quality of what they write. And so you putting yourself out there may feel selfish, but so long as you're providing value to what they're trying to do, it benefits both sides. So that I think is the biggest thing. And the other is, just do it. There was a quote I saw this morning. The first draft of anything you write is going to be horrible. Plan on it, enjoy it, embrace it. Nobody's ever going to see it except your editor. And so by the time anybody sees it, they're going to think you're an inspired genius. But the first draft of stuff's going to be bad. And so just start creating it. I think in the connected world we're in, it doesn't necessarily make sense to hoard that first draft. Put it out on LinkedIn and just start. People then may see it, but put out enough content that it takes so long for them to scroll back to that stuff that maybe you're not proud of, that nobody's ever going to get to the end of that. Nobody gets to the end of YouTube. So just keep making the content to push the stuff you don't like further down the list.
That's great advice. And, I think don't give up too, because,
Right.
from being in that seat of the media, we only have a limited amount of time sometimes to tell a story, to get the information
Mhm.
out there, or something might be a breaking news and your story, as important as it is, might get pushed down, but don't give up.
Yeah.
Follow up with those reporters, with those journalists, with those scientists, talk to them and say, hey, if I can't, can I reach out to you in a month, or can I update you? Like, don't be afraid to over communicate, but also have patience with us, because
Yeah.
we get not just stories in space, we get millions of story ideas a month. And sometimes, it's just finding that tie into what's happening right now.
Right. And I think what you said there, tying it into right now, is always going to be the hardest part for a reporter. So the more work you can do to tie that in to the highest profile thing, the better. And think about it like, you would think about something you're not terribly interested in. The reporter may be interested in space, but is this tie-in big enough that even if you weren't really interested in the topic, you'd be like, okay, that's, I'd read that. So the higher profile, the better.
And another suggestion too, that I can tell you, working in a local market, when you're going to pitch a story idea that's a national story, you have to remember, for local markets, the more local regional ties you can have, whether it's your chief program designer is from the Hudson Valley, for example, here, or, in DC, you've got somebody that was born and raised in DC and now they're living a
Yeah.
dream. When you can come in with that angle, that will get you that local press, because yes, everybody wants the national press, but sometimes it's starting local, finding that hyper local story idea that's going to get your story told, but it's that tie-in you need to get noticed.
Yeah. And unless you were born and raised in LA or Manhattan, there's a good chance the local media in your hometown would be interested in running a story about, the space company that you started or something like that. That's a great story for small town Kansas to say, our hometown kid is, now running a space company.
Right. And then chances are the network will pick it up if it's a CBS story, or all the other stations will pick it up. So you never know. But I mean,
Exactly.
That's like these conversations. We have these conversations because we need to get them started. Somebody's going to hear it and it's going to click, or they're going to hear your inspiring hometown story and then they're going to want to do a follow-up story. So think about what you want to see. We love these feel-good stories. And in a crazy world where there's so much with breaking news, murders, gun violence, politics, be the difference. Give them that feel good story, but also that's a story that needs to be told, and it's going to get you out there a lot faster than just trying to, stay with everybody else with what they're doing.
Exactly. And if you can tie it in to your dog or cat, all the better.
Yes.
More likely to go viral. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, I have one more question for you, Tim. This conversation is going great. From Adrian. Adrian wants to know, do you have tips for quickly identifying to avoid investors who won't invest in one startup? For example, if you're running a space hardware startup that needs investment before getting customers, avoiding investors who think that all startups are software startups, which can and should get hundreds of customers before any outside investment.
Yeah. I mean, most investors will say there's no such thing as a hard no. It's a maybe later situation because they never want to miss out on the next Uber or the next SpaceX. So I think the easiest way to weed out investors is looking at their investment thesis. Is what you're doing squarely in what their framework for investing is? That's what they've told the people that gave them money that they're going to do with the money, and they are, rigidly held to that. It's a contract that they've signed with, the dozen or more individuals who have given them hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. So that would be the first step: is focus on, do you actually fit that niche? Now, and if it seems like a stretch, err on the side of assuming that it's not going to work out. There are instances where it does, but for the most part, investors are like anybody else. They want to take the path of least resistance. And so if there's a lot of work required to connect the dots about why your startup meets their thesis, they're probably going to go with something easier because they have hundreds of options. So that would be probably the first and easiest way to do that. And the second would be asking. Ask for advice. Reach out to these investors and say, look, I'm looking to do a funding round. Here's what my company is. Do you know of investors who are looking to invest in this sort of company? They very well may say that's us, or hey, reach out to these guys, because that's a huge thing in the investor community, is sharing what they call deal flow, swapping companies that may be of interest to friends, to connections, to help build their network, so that in the future that can be reciprocated.
Awesome. Well, Tim, that was fantastic. We are so happy you could join us as almost a live reporter today from New York at SALT. So thank you for all of this fantastic information. And of course, you all should know how to get in contact with Tim, but if not, we've got his email address. You can just go to Foundation for the Future's website and get that there. But thank you for your insight as always, and I hope you have a good time at SALT.
Thanks, Meredith. Take care.
Take care. All right. Well, we are moving along now to our next guest. And I am really excited to announce her because I think her contributions will be fantastic to what we are talking about today, just like everybody else's. But Rebecca Schembri is joining us. She graduated from Harvard University Extension School with the Bachelor of Liberal Arts in International Relations with minors in Legal Studies and Astronomy with a concentration in space diplomacy. She is a Harvard certified in professional communication and social justice, aspires to one day represent the United Nations as an ambassador to the moon, Mars, or any other celestial habitat. That is extremely cool. Without further ado, Rebecca, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Meredith. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Can you see my presentation okay?
Looks good to me.
Okay, thank you. Just making sure. This is our module on lunar policy. My name is Rebecca. As you know, I'm a social scientist and a space diplomat. Before we get started, I want you to know that this presentation has not been peer reviewed. It's a preliminary proposal as part of my Harvard graduate studies. My background is in international relations and in space law and policy. I'm also a capitalist and I'm certified in social justice. But this policy has not had input from NASA, from the US military, from astrophysicists, mathematicians, or from developing nations. So again, it's a preliminary proposal just to get a diplomatic talk going. We're here for conversations, right? This presentation is intended for anyone seeking lunar development, especially investors and the policymakers that help investors get to space. We propose to amend the United Nations Outer Space Treaty to allow for lunar property rights. This is so that we can achieve equity in spacefaring and international cooperation, and especially because we want to have a permanent human presence on the moon now. But international law prohibits land ownership of the moon. However, as we know, some countries are already planning permanent settlements. We have in the US a very popular program called Artemis. We're launching to the south pole of the moon, and China and Russia are currently launching to the far side of the moon. 34 countries approximately are currently spacefaring. That leaves 159 countries who are not spacefaring. Territorializing the moon on a first come and first served basis is not equitable. It leaves developing countries behind and it's bad for business. And I'm going to explain. The Outer Space Treaty is signed by over 134 world nations. It's important to note that international institutions do not have authority to enforce law except in extreme cases such as genocide or atrocities. But in general, international law is voluntary. It's simply a framework so that we can avoid war with other countries. And so we came together as a world and we all agreed in 1967 that we would promise that the exploration and use of outer space, including the moon and other celestial bodies, shall be carried out for the benefit and in the interest of all countries, irrespective of their degree of economic or scientific development, and that it shall be the province of all humankind. Basically, we promised each other as a world that all countries would share outer space, and especially beginning with the moon, we must share our space resources, we must share access to space, and we must uphold the promises that we made to each other. This is binding international law. But why is the moon so valuable that we're bypassing our obligations internationally and we're breaking our promises? What's going on here? First of all, the moon has many resources that are extremely valuable. In fact, outer space is very full of resources. It's so rich out there. But for right now, we're going to focus on the moon. There's water ice on the moon that can be used for life support and for rocket fuel. There's helium-3 on the moon that is raw nuclear power. There are metals on the moon and minerals that are not found on Earth, and these can be used for manufacturing. The moon is an ideal place to launch to Mars and into deep space because there's a less gravity on the moon compared to Earth. For military advantage, cislunar orbit is a very strategic location, and astronomers will tell you that the far side of the moon is beautiful for looking into the cosmos because there's no obstruction. You can't see Earth from the far side of the moon. You only see into deep space. And then there's also the heritage argument. There are people who, because of the moon is tied into their religion and their culture and their intrinsic spiritual and human connection, there are many people on Earth who don't want to see any development on the moon. So this is what we're fighting over right now. And America is very clear in its intentions. We want to stay the leader in space industry. We passed in 2015 a law that allows all American citizens to take whatever they want from space and to use it however they see fit. They can collect, they can mine, they can exploit. This is a domestic law, however, it's not an international law. There are different motives for space exploration. Investors to do what America wants and to go out and mine the moon or build on the moon or build launch pads. Investors need confidence because this is a multi-million-dollar expedition, and investors can't get backing unless they have the promise of legal rights to protect their very expensive investments. Diplomats, on the other hand, want to make sure that on the long term, we're not setting ourselves up for war. We must consider what each country wants because we share the Earth and we're stuck here for now. Countries, on the other hand, are always going to seek security and power and dominance because countries want to make sure that no one can ever come and take away what we've built or take away our power and our freedom. So who does this impact? If we go to the moon, if we build on the moon, if we develop the lunar arena, who are the players in this situation? We've got the American side, and then we've got the Chinese side, and then we have the left behind side. So let's break this down. For the American side, the United States with NASA and the Department of State has entered into 20 bilateral agreements with these countries. And this is a plan called Artemis. It's the Artemis Accords. The first step on this plan is to develop the moon and to take the south pole of the moon. It is, however, an American mission, and these countries, this is not an international agreement or a multilateral agreement. This is an American mission, and these countries have signed on saying, yes, America will support you in what you're doing. Russia saw this and said, this is too American-centric, we're not going to join. Plus, Artemis, I think Russia was sore because Artemis, in the Artemis Accords, they plan to enshrine the trophies from the 1960s era space race, the first lunar footprint, the Apollo landing sites. And so Russia, instead of joining with America on this, Russia joined with China. And last year they made a worldwide announcement. They invited any nation to join. So we have yet to see what will happen with that. But that leaves 170 left behind countries who are not going to the moon right now. And these are member states of our United Nations General Assembly. This leaves a zero-sum situation for the developing countries. They have little recourse to enforce international law, and developing countries don't have enough bargaining power to stop illegal lunar settlement, especially when these spacefaring countries are bending the law, saying that they're doing it in the name of science. And all of us know that we are not only going to the moon for science, we're going there for military purposes, we're going there for investment purposes. It's not just for scientific exploration, it's for our national security. So there's a payoff here of the spacefaring countries. They calculate that non-spacefaring countries can't intervene. So there's the payoff of bending international law and gaining that precious lunar territory. It's worth the consequences. And I hope I'm not breaking all of your hearts right now, because I know we love space and we want to do this. I'm going to get into a very agreeable policy proposals in a moment. But what's happening is that on the short term, the consequences seem minimal, but on the long term, the consequences are dire. What we have right now is a security dilemma. China works in secret because over the past 150 years, the United States has always sought to dominate China. So China is trying to get out of America's shadow. And what it's doing is secretly trying to overcome America in space industry. And the Chinese have finally publicized this intention. It makes America assume that China is weaponizing the moon. And China's race, however, was simply to counter America's race to the moon. So each side is now anticipating the other's military dominance. And this is very dangerous, and it can put everyone at risk. It's a cooperation dilemma. The major spacefaring actors have an incentive to defect from cooperation, even though cooperating would be the best for all of humanity. America fears China is going to take advantage, and China fears that America is going to take advantage and dominate. So in this case, what's happening with our international institutions is that nations are overlooking international law because their interests outweigh the consequences. Here, that precious lunar positioning is more important than our global reputation. We want the resources and the strategic location. We are in self-preservation mode. So a good diplomat will always say that both sides are right. Right now, we have three sides. We've got America, we've got China with Russia, and then we've got developing. So let's look at these policy proposals. I'm proposing two ways that we can get around this. And remember, this is just a conversation. You may think that I am quite curious in what I'm about to propose. The following proposals will help nations regulate lunar settlement by building investor confidence in private and commercial lunar expansion. They will accelerate government lunar expansion, and they will stabilize lunar weaponization, which is the big danger that's happening now. Proposal 1, give all states equal parts of the far side and give all states equal parts of the near side. By splitting the parcels lengthwise, all nations will share the lunar poles, which are known to have ice and may contain raw nuclear power. Here's what it looks like. With digital imaging, we can split the moon in 193 equal vertical ellipses, similar to longitude lines. We'll have a blind lottery system which decides who gets which portion. Now, I know those of you who know math and those of you who know the moon and who know space are crunching the numbers right now. And you're thinking that I am certainly quite curious, because I'm proposing to split the moon into sections that if we take the diameter of the moon, which is 2,159.1 miles wide diameter, and we divide that by 193 vertical portions, at the biggest portions in the middle of the moon, we will have 11-mile wide portions, and those portions will be 4,400 miles long. And this, I know, sounds like a logistical nightmare. It sounds very ridiculous, but I want you to know that it's simply a gesture of good faith. It's not that we're going to keep it that way, but at least each state will be able to decide. They'll have a say in the moon, and states can immediately trade, lease, or sell their portions. If that's too much for you to accept, let's look at an easier policy that we could implement in the coming year. We could do this very quickly. This is my policy proposal number 2. Issue 20-year temporary zones through the United Nations. These are 20-year permits. They give non-spacefaring countries time to become spacefaring, and they give spacefaring countries time to carry out this generation's ambitions. There will be no legacy claims. By gaining a 20-year permit, you must promise that you will vacate after 20 years. You can't say, we've been here 20 years, we already built, we're not leaving, we're going to sue you. You would forfeit your legacy claim by gaining this permit. What this would do is it would give legal rights to investors for 20 years to build on the moon, and it would give governments 20 years of legal rights to build their moon bases. And it would give developing nations a chance that in 20 years, once they've caught up with their technology, they too can share the moon, because after all, we're all from Earth. Now, I know there are a lot of counter arguments on this, and maybe some of you that really understand the situation and are expert with this, your mind might be racing right now. So let's get into the biggest counter arguments, and then in our Q&A session, if anyone has a counter argument that we haven't touched on, or if there are any experts in the audience that would like to chime in and contribute to this, again, this is not a peer-reviewed study, so we do need your input. We want everyone that is qualified to say something to say something. The first counter argument, and probably the biggest one, is that some of the moon is barren with no resources, and that we must settle at the location of the known resources. But to this, we can answer that the moon ring equitable division, as we just went over, it gives you both sides of the moon, including a piece of the poles where water ice exists, and you can trade or negotiate for land with other countries. This is promoting international cooperation. Countries who are friendly with each other can put their portions together, and countries who are not even going to go to the moon yet can rent or sell their portions. To this, China will probably say, no way, this amendment is going to undo long-term plans for a 2027 Chinese lunar base. And to this, we say to China, China, you must not have first choice and unlimited quantities of the moon. It violates binding international law. And China, you're an advocate and an avid member of binding international law. Now, maybe all the Americans in the audience right now are saying, yeah, China, you get out of here. You're not allowed to have first choice of the moon and unlimited quantities. That violates binding international law. Wait a minute. Isn't that what we're doing with Artemis? At this point, NASA is going to look at me and say, Rebecca, this is a ridiculous proposal. We are not changing Artemis. We already have $100 billion plans for the southern pole of the moon, and other countries support us. After 60 years of space programs, we deserve global lunar leadership and first choice of the moon. After all, we landed there first. But to this we can say, NASA, this American-led Apollo Heritage Program does not include all countries. Now, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings here. I know that we love NASA and we love Artemis and we want to go, but we need to think about things on the long term. This violates international law to claim the southern part of the moon, even if 21 countries are on board out of 193 nations and they agree to it. If we don't share the moon, the moon will become weaponized, and that is bad for everyone on Earth. If we don't share the moon, international law will be powerless, and that is bad for everyone on Earth. If we don't share the moon, investors will not develop space technology quickly, and that is bad for everyone on Earth. If we don't share the moon, developing countries will be exploited, and we will leave behind a legacy of unsustainable behavior. That is bad for everyone on Earth. It's in your hands to make a better world for all who live in it. Today, I move that we practice profitable equity. Let's amend international law to portion out the moon, or let's set time limits on settlements. Let spacefaring countries use the moon and compensate developing countries for the land. Together, let's share the moon, and together, let's build our future, and let's do it now. I would love to open a conversation with anyone in the audience. Please put your questions in the chat, or raise your hand. Let Meredith know that you have something to say. I especially want to hear anyone who's against this kind of a plan.
I love it. I mean, I have had chills and goosebumps on my arm the
That's
whole time we were
diplomacy.
talking.
Yeah, that's
This is
diplomacy,
great.
Meredith. Thank
This
you.
is great. You know, and it's things I think that we don't think about that have to be the conversations now. So please, I saw some people commenting in the chat, but if you have a specific question, now is the time to ask so we can go over things with Rebecca. I mean, lots of really good feedback on this, very thought-provoking, a lot of thoughts. Martina was asking, surely not all locations are equal. Different parties may have different information about such value.
Yeah, it's going to be an international effort, and dividing the moon ring equitable division will take more time than doing just temporary permits. So it definitely, we would need to consider this, and that's why we need to get our astrophysicists on board, our engineers, and even urban planners, people who understand about development and who, but the important thing is to remember that the slices in the moon, they're not going to stay that way. We're basically selling the moon to investors, but we're doing it in a way that does not reflect our dirty past of exploitation over the past hundreds of years. We're doing it in a way that reflects who we are today as an evolved species.
Adrian had a question for you, Rebecca. What reason do those who wish to exploit the moon, who do envision weaponizing the moon for their own benefit if they deem it necessary, who don't care about developing countries, why do they have to share the moon? Why would they agree to anything like your proposals? If they wouldn't, why do those proposals matter?
Yeah, because you want money and you want to develop, you're an investor, you're not focused on community efforts, you're not focused on developing countries, you want to turn a profit for your investors. And I understand that because I'm also a capitalist. So the thing is that when we do good in the world takes care of us. And now we practice conscious capitalism. And what that means is that you could spend a generation building something and your grandchildren will rise to judge you, and they will undo everything that you have built, and they will rise to judge you. And so we know this now. We see this now in our culture today. So we need to be very careful. That was a good question.
That was a great question. Let's see here, another one coming. This is actually, I believe, an argument for you, as you asked for from Michael. The assertion that it violates international law is incorrect. Claiming the rights to divide the moon is based on the same flawed reasoning that it argues against. No one had an exclusive right to the moon.
So I think I'm understanding that you're saying that we can't sell the moon because nobody owns the moon. And I just want to say that the proposal is to amend the Outer Space Treaty so that we can allow for this.
Michael's also asking if exploitation will occur.
Exploitation always occur, but at least we'll get a nice dinner out of it.
Excellent. Edward has another question just about the future. What happens if Belgium splits in two or China takes over Taiwan? Then how does it get reallocated?
So I'm arguing in this, I'm proposing that we only give portions to active members in the United Nations General Assembly. So there are more than 193 countries in the world, but the 193 are the UN nations. So if that happened, then those nations would need to be active members of the General Assembly.
Excellent.
Good question. Good question.
Yeah, I know this conversation is really going in so many excellent directions that we need to talk about. Now, Martina commented that this conversation makes her think of the TV show For All Mankind, when flags were put into the moon's ground on first come, first served basis, and they were forcefully replaced. Then military-like strategies and including guns came into place. She's commenting that hopefully we can do better IRL.
Yeah. We're just going to try. This is happening anyways, and we're just going to try to do it a little bit better and a little bit more fair, and to try to bring in everybody. But there are always going to be exploiters, and there are always going to be people who lose out to the exploitation. But at least we can try to do better. And hopefully, after a few generations, maybe we won't even act the way that we act now. Maybe exploitation will be a thing of the past. Once we branch into outer space, did you know that there's enough wealth in the asteroid belt that everyone on Earth could be a billionaire? So once we get past the moon, once we get our space technology, this might not be a problem anymore, because it'll be kind of like on Star Trek, where there's no more currency, because everybody is, it's just everyone will be taken care of, hopefully.
That's a great point. Adrian wants to know what happens if the United Nations or whoever authority is implementing this land share, either proposal 1 or 2, goes away. For instance, if Western versus Chinese Russian tensions lead to the former dissolution of the United Nations.
Yeah, then all bets are off. This is why right now is our chance, because a lot of people believe space is already becoming weaponized, and now is the chance. Probably right now for the next 5 years, this is like our one chance to de-escalate the situation. You're absolutely right. We run the risk. If space becomes weaponized and we start disregarding our international law, it's all bets are off. We're going to be in a dangerous situation, because we came together after World War II, and after there was horrible atrocities happened in World War II and World War I. We came together as a world, and we said, how can we make this never happen again? And that's what our international law does. But our international law is not very old. It's only, since then that we've had the UN.
That's a really good point. And, you brought something up earlier too, about how, there's going to be a need for so many things that we do on Earth in space. For example, somebody that draws up contracts or does blueprints. That's why space is for everybody. And I think that's something important to reiterate, as you might be doing something now or watching or hear the conversation about that and think, well, how am I going to take my career there? But in so many ways, what we do here on Earth, it's the same thing. It's just going to be a different location.
Yeah, exactly. I love how you say space is for everyone, because it truly is for everyone. It's not just for investors and for rocket scientists. Space, we're going to need everyone in space, but we need access to space first. And it can't just be for Americans or for Chinese. We need to have equal, or at least accessibility to space.
I think that's excellent. And I think that goes into the next thing to talk about is, if this is something you're interested in, a great way to be in part of this is to join Foundation for the Future's mailing list, get a membership, because this can help you transition if this is something that's sparking your interest right now.
Absolutely. I love Foundation for the Future because first of all, it's the only group that's actually working with Congress to make these things happen. And Foundation for the Future is building these financial tools that we need for the space economy. F4F is pushing jobs in space and space advancement. And you just heard from Tim that he's at an investors conference where it's not a space conference, and he's trying to explain to investors how important this is. So I would just say that if you're not a member yet of F4F, Foundation for the Future, please join. There's lots of different ways to join. There are many different kinds of memberships, whether you're a business or a person, an individual. But this is how we're getting our exposure. This is how we're feeling supported. And this is how we're talking to Congress about things like this policy proposal. These are important conversations, and it may be that our grandchildren will rise to thank us and to be like, it's because they stopped the direction, and they put it on a better path that was going to help humanity, that today we're free and we can enjoy space together.
Absolutely. Rebecca, that was fantastic. And I'm sure you'll put in chat ways people can connect with you if they have more questions, because I understand for something that's short like this, you may want to make that talk to Rebecca. So she's going to have everything in the chat for you. Reach out, LinkedIn. I mean, that's the thing, is these conversations are starting now, but they can't stop. This is something that's going to have to continue. And if you are watching and you feel passionate about it, reach out to these speakers, talk to people, get those stories going, because it starts now. And we're moving forward and making a difference for decades and generations to come right now.
We are. Thanks, Meredith. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
I'll put my info in the chat.
Awesome. Rebecca, you are fantastic. And now we have one more presentation before we go for a quick little break for either lunch or refill on coffee if you are a friend from the West Coast. And this one's actually really exciting. Now, I'm so excited and have the privilege to show you a conversation that was actually between former Congressman Bob Walker and Tim Chrisman. Now, Bob has become a friend of the foundation. He's passionate. He's an avid voice for space policy, and he's always willing to be a part of our events. But as we know, we all have very busy lives, and sometimes our schedules don't line up as they need to. But he actually recorded an interview with Tim earlier so he could be part of this conversation. Now, just to give you a real quick background on Bob, Congressman Walker has been a political leader and insightful public policy advocate. He actually wrote law that created commercial space policy and hydrogen energy policy. He rose to leadership. This is incredible in Congress as the Chief Deputy Republican Whip, Chairman of the GOP House Leadership, Chairman of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and Speaker pro tempore. He has served as an advisor to several presidents, most recently as a senior space advisor to President Trump's 2016 campaign. President George W. Bush appointed him to 3 presidential commissions, including the chairmanship of the Commission on the Future of the United States Aerospace Industry in 2002. And during the end of the Bush administration and Obama administration, he served as the chairman of the Department of Energy's Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technical Advisory Committee. Personally and presently, he serves as a trusted advisor to the National Space Council, the Department of Commerce, the Department of Energy, NASA, the White House, and the Air Force on space and technology policies. So without further ado, am very excited to now share this interview with you between Tim Chrisman and Congressman Walker. Get this up here. Okay, I'm going to grab this right now, and hopefully everybody can hear everything okay.
Well, thanks again for being here, Bob. It's exciting to have you.
Delighted to be with you.
So, you are a experienced operator up on the Hill, whether it was serving in Congress and chairing committees, all the way through now where you're working as an advocate on the Hill for a number of space policies and have a lot of time up there. So yeah, I wanted to get a sense from you about where we're headed. It's been a weird Congress over the last 18 months. We're not done yet. And so I wanted to get your thoughts about what's next as this Congress wraps up.
Well, Congress is pretty much into the political mode at the moment. They'll come back
One second, I think I'm not seeing the video in full screen. All right, let me try this again. My apologies. I'm going to stop the share. Okay, movies. This should actually work now that I have this up. So I'll start this again.
have a
In chat,
session in September here that
give me a
will
thumbs up.
primarily focus on getting the continuing resolution passed and allow funding through the election period, and then come back in November and December, probably December, and try to pass the full appropriations bill.
Yeah.
There is a lot of effort to try to get some things included in the continuing resolution that are Democratic priorities
Yeah.
at the present time. It does not appear that the Republicans in the Senate are going to allow them to do that.
Yeah.
They will have almost unanimous or support for opposition both in the House and in the Senate from the Republicans. Some of the things they're trying to do are things that they couldn't get put in to some of the other big bills that they put in place, and so that's going to color most of what happens in September. And then, there's an awful lot of things going on the Hill that are aimed at making political points to be used in the various campaigns, both Senate campaigns and House campaigns.
Well, and this is pretty standard this point in an election cycle. Is that right?
Right. And in recent years, there has been a reluctance to pass the full appropriations bill until you know what the election results are, and then try to figure out whether or not you need to try to use your majority. If you've lost the majority in one house or the other, whether you have to use your majority to get some things done that otherwise aren't going to get done in the new session. That's become kind of a pattern. When I first went to Congress, there was usually an effort to try to get all the appropriation bills out of the way before you finished the year. In other words, before the election. But that's no longer really the case, and that's partially the way in which the partisan divisions have hardened over the years.
Yeah, that makes sense. And, we saw that, over the past few cycles, even the total number of bills becoming law has dramatically declined.
It has, in large part because they wrap a lot of the bills that are introduced separately into some of these massive comprehensive bills. What do they call them? Appropriations bills, or just exactly how they term them. And some of that showed up in the so-called Inflation Reduction Bill that was mostly their green energy program wrapped into something that they thought had a nice political title. Even they are backing away from that title at this point. But nevertheless, there's more of that kind of thing because it's very difficult to move anything controversial in a small bill. I mean, so they wrap the controversial stuff together with popular items and try to pass it that way in the Congress. It's not a good way to legislate.
No.
The fact is that one of the ways that Congress needs to begin to think is get back to what we used to call regular order. Regular order says that you have to have an authorization in place before you can pass an appropriation. In other words, you have to decide the policy before you spend the money.
Right.
And that's very seldom done anymore. And it's actually been harmful in the space arena because most of what we do in the space arena these days involves an appropriation bill rather than people who have looked at the policy implications of some of this. And it really is difficult. I mean, I passed all the necessary authorization bills when I was chairman 25 years ago. Even at that time, they got caught up in the Senate. And so then I had to work with the appropriators to see to it that some of the key policy decisions got included in the appropriation bill. But the problem with that is you only have a 1-year horizon when you do it that way. And a lot of things that we do in space need a much broader horizon that you don't get utilizing the appropriations process.
Yeah, no, it's definitely weird. A, that 1-year horizon, and B, you mentioned the Senate, where for decades now, that's where bills go to die.
Actually, for most of the history of the Senate,
Fair.
bills have gone to die. And that's not something that the forefathers didn't plan for.
No, true.
We've long in history talked about the fact that the Senate cooled the House ardor.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And as a result, makes certain that you don't do things on the or in the heat of the moment that could have significant implications for the future.
Yeah. Well, and it's been, we've seen that at least this Congress, the Democrats are trying to push big, broad stroke policies, but most of them don't seem to be related to or would help the space sector. Is that a good read?
Yeah, well, part of that is because this administration has not pushed very hard on the space issues.
Yeah.
The Space Council is not as active in this administration,
Right.
In a broad sense of coordinating the space policies, as it was under the previous administration, when the vice president, who's by law the head of the Space Council, was in fact a huge space enthusiast.
Yeah. Oh, he was.
In fact, I was talking just the other day to Scott Pace, who was the executive secretary of the Space Council back in those days, and we were talking about the fact that he got a lot done.
Yeah.
Because he would run into problems pushing something through, and he would go to Vice President Pence and he would say, "I'm having problems with this." Pence would immediately get on the phone, call the president, and say, make this happen.
Yeah.
The president was also kind of a space enthusiast.
Yeah.
He couldn't spend the kind of time on it that
Fair.
he did on some other things, but he was a big space enthusiast.
Yeah.
And so he would get it done. Plus the fact, we had outlined during his campaign a space policy, and the one thing that President Trump was blood and thunder on was getting done everything he had promised to do in the campaign.
That's true.
And he walked down through most of the policies that we set in the campaign document that became policies in administration. Most of the executive orders that he did in the space area were in fact reflections of the space policy document.
Yeah, no, and like him or hate him, that he was one of the few politicians that's been elected, maybe in any office at the federal level that was rigorous about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as I say, that was something that he didn't get a lot of credit for.
No.
But the fact is that because he promised it, he was going to get there.
Yeah.
A lot of administrations get diverted
Right.
by the crises of the moment.
Yeah.
And that overrides the things that they said they were going to do in the campaign. Trump was just ornery enough to say, "Okay, we've got to address this issue of the moment, but I still want to get this done."
Yeah. No, that's a benefit of being somebody that's used to reacting to a crisis and using it.
Well, it also shows a business background.
Sure.
That businessmen set out long-term goals. They run into immediate crises, but they don't lose track of the long-term goals.
Yeah. No, that's true. And so, as we look forward, we actually had the NASA authorization bill passed this year.
Right.
I never
Yeah,
thought
and
that would be
that's very positive because the authorization bill does lay out a program for NASA going forward. Now, whether or not it all gets funded is a question, and NASA's now going to run into some problems. the failure to be able to keep Artemis on schedule
Yeah.
is going to cost large amounts of money. I mean, when you start rolling the SLS back a couple of times, it's really expensive.
Yeah.
And the question becomes, where is some of that money going to be found in order to pull it back out, put it on the pan and the pad, and get it launched? So there are, speaking of immediate crises, there are some things that will impact the schedule with items of immediacy.
Well, and going with that for a second, is there a point where Congress says, look, this is just too much? This is Orion.
Well, I can't imagine that they won't let them actually light the candle.
Well, fair.
At some point. I mean, we've spent, by some estimates, $40 billion on this thing. They're certainly going to fly the SLS one. This one. But I think there is a question about where you go from here, particularly if SpaceX is able at some point directly after the SLS flight to fly their Starship.
Yeah.
There will arise a question in Congress as to what is the advantage of going ahead and building a vehicle that costs a couple of $1 billion every time you fly it.
Yeah.
As opposed to just buying the services of the Starship. So we're going to have a debate in the future over how commercial space can play a much larger role in seeing to it that NASA is able to fulfill its missions.
Yeah. Well, and as somebody raised in Alaska, more libertarian bent, I'm delighted by this shift to services where government buys a service rather than, as you said, building multi-billion-dollar rocket.
Yeah, but you had to have somebody who fought through.
Oh, agreed.
Getting there. I mean,
right.
I started talking about commercial space back in the early 80s.
Yeah.
As I was at a meeting with Rich DeBello the other day, who heads the commercial space office at the Department of Commerce.
Yep.
And he was in the commercial space mode back in those days too. And as he said, we used to get laughed out of the room. When the prime contractors, said, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And, the NASA bureaucracy said, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But you had somebody in Elon who had the resources to be able to push ahead and prove that he had a launch capacity that worked. And he almost went broke doing it.
Sure.
But ultimately proved to the community that there was an alternative.
Right.
I was on the board of the company in California that does a lot of the engineering for the space programs, the Aerospace Corporation, and their engineers. When I would bring up the business of commercial space and what SpaceX was doing, they'd say you can never build a rocket horizontally. Well, Elon proved that you could build a rocket horizontally and that you could save money doing it.
Yeah.
And once he proved that, then the whole dynamic changed.
Yep.
And we're seeing that play out now.
Yeah.
In fact, there are a lot of people who believe right now what's happening is that the government is not permitting Elon to go ahead and get the regulatory approval to fire off Starship until Artemis has had its chance to fly. They don't want Starship to fly before Artemis.
I mean, it would be awkward.
Well, I don't know that to be true, but there are a lot of people who are speculating.
Sure. It would be awkward when you've done this SLS program for, how many years before Starship, and Starship shows up and launches ahead of you. But no, you're right. Like, there is this place where government takes the lead, pushes something, and then we're seeing it now with space where they are starting to hand it off. Space Force is doing a good job saying, look, we don't want to be in the business of most of this.
Well, and the questions in days of old is, well, what do you mean by commercial space?
True.
What can you do commercially in space? And
Yeah.
in all honesty, we didn't have a very good answer for that. I mean, I could talk about the fact that Charlie Walker had no relation, had flown to space and had shown that the manufacture of pharmaceuticals was probably a possibility in the future. We had, we had obviously created a remote sensing program in low Earth orbit. We had created communications from low Earth orbit, but it was hard to see what the possibilities were. It's not until you get innovative people who see an opportunity to do something spectacularly huge that you get the kind of innovation that we're now beginning to understand. I had no idea that the entertainment industry would be interested in paying millions of dollars to go fly aboard the space station to make a movie.
Right.
That never occurred to me, but it's clear that that's something that is very much a potential for the future.
Yeah, no, it's an exciting time to be watching this, and probably all the more exciting for you because, as you said, you were pushing this real early on.
Yeah, well, I mean, what I was able to do was put in place some of the foundation pieces by creating the Office of Commercial Space at the Department of Transportation that then went over to FAA and is now the office that regulates all of the flights as the rocket launches, and also the similar office at the Department of Commerce, which has basically laid fallow for some years, but now is coming back because there's a recognition that we've got to do something about having a civilian piece of space traffic management. And that everybody basically agrees, other than some people on the Hill who are having a committee jurisdictional fight over it. But the fact is that department is probably going to be a key element, and it's going to be that office that was created back in the mid '80s that will be the place that is the functionary on it.
No, I remember talking with I think Bob Brumley, who helped with some of that back in Reagan's administration.
Yeah, right, absolutely,
Yeah, and he was like, it's weird seeing it come back. It's like, I never thought it was gonna, live again.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was vehemently opposed to what the Clinton administration did when they took it out of the office of the secretary and put it over NOAA. Because I knew that it just would not be a factor over there at all. And it turned out that for a number of years here, it had been a one-person office.
Right.
So it is in the process of comeback.
Yeah. Well, and this is sort of setting the scene for what's happening now. And we talked a little bit about how we're in election season earlier, based on a lot of the models that are out, sort of the spectrum of possibilities ranges from Republicans taking the House and Senate to Democrats keeping the Senate, losing the House. So in some way, shape, or form, it looks like there's going to be a divided government with both parties participating, and the Democrats at least holding the presidency, which historically has meant things move slower, but things are moving pretty slow right now. So what can we expect next Congress?
Well, the Senate races are very close, and it will depend upon what captures the public interest as we get toward the campaign. Right now, there are some issues, the abortion issue, some other things that have given the Democrats a little bit of a push.
Yeah.
But as James Carville said years ago, it's the economy, stupid.
Yeah.
that usually drives the final decisions. And so some of those races will be difficult to figure out
Right.
going into election day. In the House, again, we've had some seats move from kind of a sure Republican pickup to a potential Republican pickup.
Yeah.
But we're still well ahead in enough seats to take control of the House.
Right.
The question the question in the House is, do you have a big enough majority that if the Republicans are in charge, can they deal with the various factions inside the party and get anything done that where there's a broad agreement? And space may be one area where you can get some fairly broad agreement, because a lot of the issues that are dividing the Republicans are cultural issues, more so than issues like space. Then in the Senate, you've got an issue where it's very difficult sometimes to get these things through. If the Republicans take control of the Senate, Ted Cruz will be the chairman of the Commerce Committee, where a lot of the civilian space issues are dealt with. And he's a big enthusiast. I mean, he has Texas roots on this. And so that will probably mean that there will be some favorable consideration of a space agenda in the Senate.
No, that makes sense. No, and we've seen, even in the House where the Democrats try to manage their factions, it's a disaster is a polite way to
yeah, I mean, a lot of the problem, it drove kind of John Boehner out of the the speakership, trying to deal with the factions, because he had no negotiating strength with the administration. The administration knew that he couldn't deliver the votes in his majority for the things that he was negotiating on, and it was extremely frustrating. Whether or not the Republicans will have sufficient votes to allow a few people to wander off the reservation on votes and so on will be an issue in his ability to deal with for Kevin to deal with the administration.
No, for sure. And I had, a big talking point with like Boehner, Paul Ryan, about how they weren't able to control their caucuses like in previous generations was, well, there was no earmarks. There's no way to help grease the wheels with deals internally. Is that what you saw as well? That was
look, it goes way back. I mean, when we first took the majority in '95, Newt was kind of a demigod at that point, and he could hold it together and so on. But by the time we got to the second term, he began to run into the faction problem. And it eventually gave him emphasis to say, why do I want to do this? And move on. So it's been a long-term issue, and whether or not there's a willingness to look beyond that to actually get an agenda that works, we'll see. That's the reason why McCarthy has put together this commitment to America, which is based upon our contract with America back, 30 years ago. Is to try to unite the party around an agenda that they would all sign up for. We'll see. And the Senate candidates have not signed on to that at this point, so we'll see.
Well, it's been fascinating as somebody who's followed politics for a little while, watching the Senate Republicans sort of jockeying for who's writing the policy framework that they're running on between Scott
and we have
McConnell.
Well, we have we have problems that have accrued from that. I mean, Rick
Yeah.
Scott wrote a policy document that had some good things in it, but it allowed the Democrats to claim that the Republicans were out after Social Security again.
Right.
The last thing you want to go out and try to campaign on is why you're making Social Security into a potential thing on the chopping block every 5 years. And,
Yeah.
When factions begin writing things, or when individuals begin writing things that can be portrayed by the other side as being politically unsavory,
Yeah.
we run into problems as well.
Yeah. No, I mean, I like the idea that federal law is sunset, but yeah, you can't be vague about leaving.
Yeah, I mean, there are certain things that you might as well just accept the fact that the country is tied to that. The people who are paying the Social Security taxes want to know it's there for them at the end. And the
Exactly.
people who are getting the Social Security checks want to know that no one's coming after them.
Exactly.
So
Yeah, exactly.
it's kind of a universal
Yeah.
entitlement at this point.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, and a lot of this insight that you're talking about, no doubt comes from you actually being on the Hill, but a big chunk of the current knowledge is your work with Moonwalker Associates. Can you talk a little bit more about, what Moonwalker is? And
we deal in a kind of a broad spectrum of things. We work with Axiom, that is the leading, in my opinion, company that's offering now the commercial space flights to the space station, and has long-term plans to build their own space stations, both for industrial purposes and for space tourism. We work with the people who are building the robotic precursors for the moon, the Intuitive Machine company, and they're actually moving ahead pretty quickly because they plan to do a couple of flights next year.
right.
And now I think they're pretty close, if not already signed on the business of sending both flights to the South Pole of the moon.
Okay. Yeah.
In part because of the competition with China.
Right.
But anyhow, we're with them, and we work with X Energy. X Energy does a lot of work on the advanced nuclear reactors. And those will have space applications. Right now, most of their focus is on building advanced reactors that can be used for earthbound applications, but they will, in fact, be a part of the space frontier as well. And then we work with a couple of satellite providers and some service providers to NASA and other space arenas. So we have kind of a broad spectrum of things. It all gets wrapped around the fact that space is very much of a dynamic arena at the present time, and there are some other things coming that I think we will end up having some play in. For instance, instead of the fission reactors, the advanced reactors using nuclear fission, it looks as though nuclear fusion is beginning to have some potential to it. I mean, for years, when I was in the Congress and years since, we've been funding the big tokamak reactors and so on. with the idea of creating fusion reactors that provided baseload power, which means that you need a constant flow of power from the reactors. Now, what we're looking at is the fact that what you may be able to do is create fusion that gives you microbursts. That doesn't necessarily lend itself to baseload power, but it works very well for engines in space.
Oh yeah,
Because microbursts mean that when you're flying in a vacuum, every burst pushes you ahead inside a vacuum, and so that could be revolutionary, because even with nuclear fission, you will drift some on the way out to Mars. With the fusion engines, you could in fact apply power in these microbursts most of the way out to Mars.
That's incredible.
The fission reactors would cut the time going to Mars in half. The fusion reactors, I don't know that we calculated it yet, but it would certainly be something that would reduce the time even more.
Wow, that's exciting. Wow. No, it's cool. And what sorts of companies would benefit from reaching out to you all to work with you?
Well, we cover a broad scope, and so we've done a lot of things that would impact people who are looking to do cislunar.
Okay.
We've had some expertise. One of the companies that I've tried to help along the way, and they're a small startup that can't really pay me at this point, but I've tried to help it simply because I believe in the mission to do something about space debris.
Okay.
So I'm working with them. It's a company called Launch Space, and I've worked with them along the way, just trying to get them in a place where people will see the opportunity that's there.
Right.
But that is another arena where there is a lot of interest that has developed even within the last year and a half. And there are a number of different applications for it, but there's no doubt that that's an arena where people want to play, and that's an arena where we have some expertise, because we've been dealing with the space debris issue here for 4 or 5 years. So
yeah, no, that makes sense. That's cool. It was great having you on here today, Bob. I know we're getting close to time.
Well, thanks, Phil. I'm, as I say, appreciate the opportunity to chat. This is an era where I find it extremely exciting, because we kind of had a period of time there where we're waiting for NASA to do some big projects and so on, and all of a sudden in came the innovators who have made a difference. And we didn't even talk about the fact that Bezos is doing some remarkable stuff in building, I think, what will be very robust componentry. So that will add some competition in. And then there are a lot of the other people, Rocket Labs, there are a lot of innovators out there. So it just makes it very, very exciting.
No, true. That's true. Well, yeah, again, great to have you here, and look forward to bringing you back soon.
Very good. Okay, thanks. Good to be with you.
Yep. All right. Anything we missed?
No, I don't think so. I mean, we kind of covered the waterfront there, and got to some of the future stuff. I think there is going to be more and more interest in the moon.
Hello again. That was fantastic. And I know every time we have Congressman Walker on, there's just such great information shared. Big thanks to Tim for doing that interview. I'm just trying to get things back up here, full screen. Okay, there we go. So we're going to take a little bit of a break right now for you to stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, get another cup of coffee, maybe have a quick snack. As always, you can always leave questions or post questions afterwards, or reach us to us afterwards to connect you with some of the people that speak today, which were by way fantastic this morning. So we are so excited for that. If there's any questions or comments, again, please don't forget to post them, and they will make sure to give them to Bob so he could get back to you. But for now, I am going to turn it over to our afternoon host, Rachel Zisk. She's fantastic. She's going to do a great job. I'm pushing the energy to her right now that we have another great afternoon of conversations. And unfortunately, I will not be able to moderate tomorrow morning now because I have a training at my work on some new weather system equipment to help us save lives and get information out much faster. But as always, I love being part of this. And I put all my information in the chat, social media, and email. If you have any questions or want to talk about storytelling aspects or moderating any panels your organization might have, I really enjoy doing this and I'm passionate about it. And as a member of the media, I feel privileged that through my science background and my experience as a journalist, I can help with those stories and help get out this extremely important information. So have a wonderful Wednesday, everyone. And thank you again so much for having me moderate this morning.
Thank you so much, Meredith. It's been great having you on this morning. Some really interesting conversations this morning. But before we get started with our afternoon session, we are going to take a quick 3-minute break. So go stretch your legs. Like Meredith said, get another cup of coffee, and we'll be back here in 3. All right, everybody, we are ready to begin the afternoon sessions. Welcome back. I'm so excited to be here today. My name is Rachel Zisk. I'm a reporter for Payload, covering the business and policy of space. So the combination and intersection of policy and media is near and dear to me, and I'm very excited to chat with some of our guests this afternoon. But to begin, we have something a little bit different for the audience. We have the video chat of the most recent Podcast for the Future episode. The podcast episodes feature some fun and relaxed chats between Tim and his guests, and we wanted to share this with you today. The most recent episode featured Nick Donarski with OR Systems. Nick Donarski is the co-founder and CEO of OR Systems, and his company was named one of the top 10 blockchain solution providers for 2022. Nick Donarski is the technical expert behind OR Systems LLC and the inventor of the multi-part ecosystem that is the OR system, comprised of the OR token, the OR Forge, and the OR SDK. Holding multiple certifications, including MCSC+S, MCSA+S, MCSE, MCSA, MCP, and CEH, Nick is a cybersecurity expert and has been a featured speaker at multiple cybersecurity conferences and worked for some of the biggest names in the industry. He's fluent in numerous programming languages and blockchain technologies, including Web3, Ethereum, Polygon, Binance, BSC, and smart contract security and testing. Nick is a gamer at heart with a passion to create games for users and help developers realize their dreams. The suite of tools within the OR ecosystem is the means to that end. So now let's listen to a part of the podcast. Bear with me for 1 second while I share my screen. All right.
Hi, and welcome to another edition of Podcasts for the Future. I'm your host, Tim Chrisman. Today we're joined by Nick Donarski, the co-founder and CTO of OR Systems. Yeah, so thanks for taking the time to chat.
Definitely.
Yeah, no, and so you run, and we can get into what you're helping run, a cybersecurity organization, right?
Yeah, actually, it's a blockchain organization. So I have a background in cybersecurity. I got started in '99.
Yep.
And now I do blockchain, and I'm sitting as a CTO for a couple of different organizations now.
Yeah, and that's definitely not something that you think of when you think Iowa.
Yeah.
Not blockchain.
That's exactly it, man. High technology, bleeding edge technologies. You don't really think of that from corn country.
No. And so is there a reason you all are, I guess the better question is, are you all based out of corn country?
No, I'm based in Iowa. Our organization is actually based out of Austin. And then we've got we're all US based.
Cool. So you're really leveraging both the virtual network or nature of blockchain and post-COVID.
Yeah, honestly, I haven't stepped foot in an office in 20 years.
We were talking before we started about it. What you're in looks like it would be pretty cool if it was an office.
Yeah, doing cybersecurity really from, like I said, 99 and being in it for so long. The early days, so you were this weirdo. I wear t-shirts for the last 30 years. I did have a suit collection for a little while in there when I lived in New York.
Yeah.
Outside of that, it's black t-shirts. But there was no necessity for me to really be in that office setting because either I was touching something that was on the internet or something that was remote. And it's much cheaper to work remote than it is to work in the offices. Most of these tech organizations, especially in security, a lot of them, unless they're like these big dollar AppFlea and some of the other big ones, they don't need that square footage. So you get a lot of co-working spaces that are being used and things like that. But most of the engineers work from home. And so even through COVID and stuff, my day didn't change. So I worked for HP and was one of the founding members of Hewlett Packard Shadow Labs. I actually have the logo tattooed on my body.
Nice.
But for 3 years, I didn't step foot in an office. I never used my HP ID. Not once in my entire tenure.
that I really hope that they made you come in to get it and then you never had to use it from then on.
Then he said that it sat there and I never even picked it up.
Oh, you never even picked it up? Even better. That's great. And you started really early.
Yep.
With cybersecurity. If I read your bio right, in junior high or a junior.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, junior in high school. So I actually got hired by my high school to go to high school because it was cheaper for them to hire me than somebody outside.
Nice.
So, yeah, that was how I got started. And it was teachers and parents and just doing random computer stuff back then.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I incorporated my first company when I was 16. So I wrote my first program in BASIC and on Apple IIe in 1989.
All right.
So I would literally like to say I was born and raised on the internet.
Yeah.
I was one of the few people that had a two-way pager. I was the only person I knew that had a two-way, but
Yeah.
I had one. Those kind of technology things that all came up. But my dad was big into computers. My dad was a firefighter paramedic.
Yeah.
He was big into computers. He did punch cards and reel-to-reel programming back in the day.
Oh, okay.
So like old school mainframe kind of stuff.
That's intense.
And he was always like, if you hack into my stuff or if you break it, know what you did. And rule number one is never hack from home. So between those two things, that was how I grew up. So I was bred into that whole thing. And then I worked with him in his contracting, doing data forensics and stuff like that in the early 2000s. And that's how I came up. And then my mom was a ER nurse. My dad was a fireman paramedic. My mom was in the city. My dad was in the burbs.
Yeah.
But having that aspect and that, hey, my kid knows computers, that was how I started getting into doing contracting and training and stuff like that for the police department and some of the other organizations that I've spent my time with.
Yeah, that's incredible. And having that tie back to these groups of people that both need and want the help, but now they have somebody that's not going to talk down to them.
That's the whole thing. And most of the tech guys out there now, it's a different thing because we've had 20 years of people that have grown up on computers and the people that are in there. But you go back in the early 2000s and you had police departments that were trying to convert average, I don't want to talk beat cop down to beat cop, but street cops that were trying to transition them into these computer technology roles.
Yeah.
And it was just like, oh, so-and-so knows word processing. Back then, it wasn't even Word, right? I had to correct myself in my own brain. But there was somebody that knew how to use a word processor that now was part of this digital crimes unit that they were trying to build. So helping and seeing those things from that case, it was a way different Wild West back then. Now, I've had 20 years into it, and now I finally have achieved a CTO role, right? Yeah. If you're going into taking your CISP to get to the CTO role, like in a short period of time, you want to be a security program manager. Yeah. You want to do all that so that you actually have the overarching understanding of broad concepts of quote unquote security, so that you can apply security to a lot of different things that you do in your day. It's a good intro. It's a good understanding of kind of where they all play together, but it's not a depth type of a certificate. It doesn't give you that depth of application, that depth of execution. It just presents the ideas.
Yeah.
They each have their own,
the boring parts of the ideas at that.
And that's exactly it. Taking that a step further, right? Yeah. Because I did at least take the course and have an idea of how all of these security managers actually think. The next 10 years of breaking into things against those managers that were certified in that made it a little bit easier. I was just a security guy, and really the first penetration testing role that I got was probably about 2005. It was my first official title, a pen tester. And I was doing PCI testing for a company outside of Chicago called Haylock. They still do PCI focused testing and things like that to this day, and spent time really honing the formalization, or really I like to call like the corporatization of what security testing is. Yeah. Which really helped me because I had all of the unchained, the unboxed skill sets and things I had done from this point. And that's exactly it, man. Your salary is just your employer subscription. Yeah. And it took me a lot of years to realize that. First, for my branding thing, for my personal branding, like how I made myself an entity, was I first realized that conferences are just dog and pony shows.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just to sell tickets.
Yeah.
And all the rest. So if you give a good show, more conferences want you to come to it because they're going to sell more tickets. That's the goal of being in business. So if they can take advantage of somebody who doesn't believe in their own personal brand because they think that they're doing good and they're going to get those gold stars eventually, I'm going to get that gold watch. Then you get these career people that spend 30 and 40 years in that same career. Now, when you're talking about that in legacy terms, you go back into the old days of the big corporates, the automotive industry, the railroad industry and things like that. 30 and 40 years isn't the same as 30 and 40 years in tech.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You're talking somebody that's been in tech since the 90s till now, and they're still a DB admin. That's choice.
Sure.
That's choice. I got stuck in a rut, didn't know how to get out, and I was too scared to get outside of that.
Yeah.
You can't be scared to say, hey, I'm going to go find another job. This industry, there's plenty of jobs out there.
Sure.
Especially if you specialize.
Yep.
Nobody looks at what your score was. If you're a doctor, you got your PhD. Nobody asks you for your final test results of the year. You got your PhD.
Yep.
How you separate yourself is becoming a specialist.
Yeah.
Find your niche. When I talk to security people all the time, one of my interview questions is, what do you do outside of work? What do you do when you get away from the screen? You can find people that have special talents that they may not know about, or technologies that they haven't even thought about, just by finding out what they enjoy. If they're out in the middle of nowhere and things like that, you ever thought about satellite tech? But yeah, I mean, that specialty thing, man, is how you create your worth in an industry of just so many people.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and looking through your history, it definitely seems like that specialization has increased. And you were joking, you still a database admin. And that may be. That's like me saying I'm still a sysadmin for my home network.
Yeah.
It's true, but it doesn't tell the whole story.
Well, and that's the thing, right? Is these DB admins that may have had 30 and 40 years should share those experiences, because like we were just saying, those databases are still going to be online in 50 years from now.
Oh, that's true. And that is something that's weird, is that you talked about railroads and these legacy things. It's 70-year-olds, 60, 70, 80-year-olds who are like, hey, here's the experience I'm passing down. In tech, you're saying I'm 40 and I've got to start passing this down.
It really is.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. There's no more slide phones with full keyboards. I guess we have flip phones again. So there's that.
We do. Everything comes full circle. Yeah. Fingers crossed, HTC makes a comeback and they bring the 8525 or some slimmer version.
There we go.
Bring back the keyboards, man.
Bring it back. Yeah. That was whenever I saw smartphones, I'm like, but they don't have a keyboard. This can't work. This can't be a thing. It's just a fad. Yeah, that was a mistake.
I can probably still type faster than I can swipe. So
yeah, that's fair. I can. Yeah, I definitely can. And I'm an old man for it. So yeah, so we got up to HP. You continued doing similar stuff, it looks like, from your bio up until recently.
Yeah, after HP, I actually went and started adding some hard skills. I went and got Department of State certified for doing diplomatic security. Went and got some other hard skills, door kicker skills, sets, and branched off for a couple of years there after 15. And then came back and really started focusing back into the bleeding edge techs right about 2018, 2019. And from there, we started getting into blockchain, and that's where we really are now. Is started OR system last year. We've officially coming up on our 1-year anniversary, which is an amazing milestone to be alive 1 year after you start. We've got 9 employees, which is the first time that I've been at the helm with my own employees. I've been at the helm with somebody else's company's employees. But to be at the helm with your own employees, it's a much different responsibility.
It's it's a heavy weight.
Yeah, man, if they don't eat, that's on you.
Yeah.
And like I said before, being a team lead, that kind of stuff's important for me.
Yeah.
So we're doing, it's OR solutions, OR systems, blockchain solutions. We do all of the underlying technology builds for a lot of these things that we see in Web3. So from NFT marketplaces smart contracts.
Yeah.
We also launch product lines to support these kind of development efforts. We've got an NFT game client that competes against Steam. So you can actually,
wow.
you can buy your games as NFTs, and we use NFTs for digital rights management.
Yeah.
And you can buy in-game items as NFTs and bring them into your game. And then we have an SDK that supports our game development arm. So that's like our Xbox area. And then we have an NFT streaming client that we just launched at the beginning of the month for music. So
Yep.
we've got our own NFT version of Spotify going, and we're going to be competing in that space. And we've actually got OG Arabian, one of the founding members of NWA, that's coming onto the team for our streaming service.
Oh, wow.
We're building out that, and then we've actually got the crypto assets of it too. So we've got OR token, we've got NFTs, and the whole gamut of that. And then we're building stuff for other projects on top of that.
Okay. So I understand blockchain barely. And so NFTs, and so I'll try to bring you back. You said you did the door kicker stuff. That's basically my level of education and experience. So with Spotify or the games, you're using the NFT to essentially create a record of who's allowed access to this, and then a record of it that can then be used to pay the developers.
Exactly, or the content creators.
Yeah.
So like our artists can come on, and like the streaming client, we do 80-20 split with our artists. So we just take enough to basically support the architecture behind it.
Yeah.
All of our subscriptions that people sign up for, 80% of the subscription gets kicked back to the artists.
Yeah.
So they can create and monetize their own way with subscriptions, pay-per-view, the whole 9 yards on that platform. And then they can also create content that are the NFTs that has their music on it or their art on it, and they'll forever create the royalty structure for every time that item is traded. You have that music or that item that's attached to it, that you as the owner gives you access to it. The creator can decide whether they want to give full rights, they just want to have it as a license. We provide all those tools for the user to define what that really means.
Yeah.
And then instead of going to Disco Round or a garage sale and buying that and the artist losing out on any sort of secondhand trade, the NFT, when it trades hands, they've got that built-in royalty. So they continue to have that royalty structure in their content through the NFTs. Blockchain at the simplest form is just a database, man.
Yeah.
So when we say blockchain, it's just a database that runs on lots of computers. It's like saying the cloud back in the day.
It's inside the computer. Got it.
Exactly. Inside the computer.
Wait, get it.
Yeah, so it's just a database, and an NFT is just a picture saved in that database. But the very simplest form.
God, you could have saved me so much research by just going with it. If I had learned that 18 months ago, that would have been so much easier.
That's really all it is. A lot of people put buzzwords on everything. Okay,
Yeah.
I was in the industry before cyber was ever used. Okay, the word cyber.
What did we used to? Well, it was the
It was
net.
called information security.
Oh, yeah.
Called information security.
But it's like cyberspace at some point. But I was trying to think, what was a buzzword for it before cyberspace? World Wide Web, the
Yeah,
net.
all these things were long. Everybody
Yeah.
needed something shorter and buzzier.
Yeah.
But yeah, back in the day, it was information security. It wasn't cybersecurity. Cyber sounds so much cooler.
It does. It does. And the information security people were like, we don't actually care about most of your information unless it's online. So
Yeah. But yeah, it's the same thing with blockchain. Blockchain is just a database that runs on a specific set of computers. And then NFTs are just, it's an item.
Yeah.
Or if you want to use a bookshelf analogy, which is the other one that I use. The blockchain is just a bookshelf. Each item on it, whether it's a smart contract and a token, Dogecoin or whatever, or an NFT, it's just a book on the shelf.
all right. So, what was the idea? Like, why? What was that first?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a video game, man. That's how this whole thing started.
That's possibly the best reason I've ever heard to start a company.
Yeah, honestly, that was how this whole thing started. So 2 years ago, I wanted to make an MMORPG that had NFTs and a crypto token in it. Yeah. So my whole thing is WoW Gold is the very first cryptocurrency that we never called a cryptocurrency.
It's true. So that's World of
Gamers-
Warcraft for people who don't play.
Yeah.
One of the people who played this, if you don't know what it is.
But there's a black market for the trading of the currency.
incredible.
There was a Harvard economy course taught on the economy of WoW.
I didn't know that.
There's hotels, restaurants, and everything around the Asia region that you can go in and pay for real world items with your World of Warcraft gold.
Wow.
It's used for money laundering for the Russian and the Asian organized crime units. You find any other definition by any other thing that's a cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
Okay. So my whole thing was gamers are inherently already using NFTs, which are in-game items.
Yeah.
And cryptocurrencies, which is in-game whatever points, Call of Duty points,
Exactly.
World of Warcraft gold. It's digital currency, except they don't let you get out of it. You can't
Right.
get your money back. You're
Yeah.
stuck in it. So I wanted the ability for the community and having the ability to trade these through different games and through the ecosystem and all the rest. And cryptocurrency and blockchain
Yeah.
is the simplest way to do that.
Oh my God. That would be incredible if I could trade things from Assassin's Creed into something useful.
Exactly. That's the thing. And then you had CSGO, Counter-Strike Go, that was totally against all of those black market sales for the modded gear and everything.
Yeah, that was rude.
So now we support all of that stuff. So we're
right.
like, bring your cool shit, build your cool shit, put it on the marketplace, build the games, have it tradable. So we actually released Osiris Protocol, which is just like Call of Duty.
Yeah.
It's a multiplayer first-person shooter, we did it as a proof of concept. I was like, okay, if I'm saying that I'm doing this and I'm an engineer, I'm going to call bullshit on somebody else. So I need to prove that it can actually work.
Yeah.
So we built a first-person shooter that's Call of Duty graphics built with Unity and the whole 9 yards.
Okay.
And we released that last year as our proof of concept. But yeah, really the goal of it was to build this MMORPG with NFTs in it. And I looked at Engine, which is the big name out there. I looked at some of the other smaller projects, but Engine sucked for the user experience. Okay. And I'll say that clear as day. Engine's user experience blows.
Yeah.
Okay. You have to buy, most users, right, are going to buy Ethereum first.
Yeah.
They then have to pay gas and the conversion cost to convert Ethereum to Engine. And then they have to convert Engine to JEngine if they want to get on gas free. That's 3 transactions a user has to do just to use the game features.
Wow.
That is a user experience sucks.
Yeah.
So I couldn't build this massive multiplayer online game where I wanted lots of transactions and everything to happen on something that required that much user interaction.
Yeah.
You lose users because of that. So I started to look at what the other options were, and I realized that there really wasn't anything off the shelf. All these other potential projects said that they were going to do this in the future, and they either didn't exist anymore, and after 3 months of them saying that this was what they want to do because they got their pump and dump and they rug pulled and got themselves out, or the tech they didn't have enough support for the engineering staff to get the tech, any sort of timeline. They're judging out 3 years, 4 years, things like that. I was like, screw this. I'm going to do it myself.
Yeah.
So I started building all of the tools to do it all myself in the game and all the rest. And then I was like, just like this light bulb moment was like, if I'm spending all these hours, and not only that, I had to become a blockchain engineer on top of that, on top of my day job, just to build a game. So after 8 months of becoming a blockchain engineer where I'm starting to write like the SDK stuff, the code to actually integrate, I still don't have a line of my game written.
Oh God.
Okay. I know the majority of people out there, especially in career paths that don't have 20 years of career that's paying their daily bills, can't take 8 months out of their life to become a blockchain engineer to make a game for the next however many years.
Oh, for sure.
So I was like, if I'm writing all this code, somebody else out there wants to use this.
Yep.
And that's really how this whole thing started. And then I started putting together the SDK. And then with the SDK, I put the NFT marketplace together. And then I was like, okay, this actually works.
What are the odds?
Like, this actually works. This is weird for some reason. This all works. And that was really how that whole thing started. And then we formalized it last year, and we've been doing it since. And we've been dedicated to the engineering and building the tech.
Yeah.
And we've achieved what basically every other project that I saw out there at that time was trying to do in 6 years in a year. And then overcame a lot of that. And now we have product packages and areas that are completely different than
Right.
just the gaming aspect. And yeah, we made enterprise. So I couldn't do it in 22 years in security. In 1 year in blockchain, I made the cover of Enterprise Security magazine. So
You found your way in.
exactly, man.
It's incredible. One Osiris protocol, that's PC only. Coming to Xbox though.
Yep. So we are launching. We are a part of the ID at Xbox project program. So we actually decided not to do the self-publishing route, which would just get it out there,
Yeah.
because you can't do it on the new Xbox consoles. So we got our partnership ID. We're in the process of getting it submitted. So fingers crossed, man, that Osiris protocol is going to pop up on the Xbox store here pretty soon.
There we go. Yeah, no, and if it's part of Game Pass, I'm playing it on opening day. So
if you check out osirisprotocol.com, you can check out, we may, with us launching the streaming platform, it may be coming to the streaming platform as a series
Yeah.
in the future. Because we talked about trying to do the whole Netflix thing, but now we've got our own platform. Who needs Netflix?
you made your own Netflix.
Exactly. We've got the iOS app and the Android app for OrSpark coming out this month. Yep.
You guys not playing around.
No, we're out there building stuff. And we just want people to come and actually play with their toys.
Yeah. No, and it's the best businesses start like that, where it's like, hey, I just wanted to do something, and oh, by the way, you can also use my toys if you want to do the same thing.
Yep.
No, that's incredible. Thank you so much for your time today, Nick.
I appreciate the opportunity, man. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, take care.
Thanks, dude.
Bye.
All right, that was really interesting conversation and probably the easiest explanation of cryptocurrency that I have heard to date, and I've heard a lot of them. Yes, you can listen to the full podcast on Foundation for the Future's website at f4fspace.org/podcast, or anywhere, or subscribe anywhere you listen to podcasts. With that, I'm very excited to introduce our next speaker, Jonathan Keats. Acclaimed as a poet of ideas by The New Yorker and a multimedia philosopher prophet by The Atlantic, Jonathan Keats is an artist, writer, and experimental philosopher based in the United States and Europe. His conceptually driven transdisciplinary projects explore all aspects of society, adapting methods from the sciences and the humanities. He has exhibited and lectured at dozens of institutions worldwide, from the Los Angeles County Museum of Art to Stanford University to the Triennale di Milano, and from South by Southwest to CERN to UNESCO. He is the author of 6 books on subjects ranging from science and technology to art and design. Most recently, You Belong to the Universe, Buckminster Fuller in the Future, published by Oxford University Press, and is the author of a weekly online art and design column for Forbes. He's been an artist in residence at the Fraunhofer Institute for Building Physics, UC Berkeley's Stain Creek Field Station, and the LACMA Art and Technology Lab, a Black Mountain College Legacy Fellow at the University of North Carolina, Asheville, an Imaginary Fellow at Arizona State University Center for Science and the Imagination, and a Research Fellow at the Nevada Museum of Art's Center for Art and Environment. He is currently a research associate at the University of Arizona's Desert Laboratory on Tumamoc Hill, a visiting scholar at San Jose State University's Cadre Laboratory for New Media, a research fellow at the Highland Institute, a consulting philosopher at Earth Law Center, a Polar Lab artist at the Anchorage Museum, a Flux Exchange artist at Flux Projects, and an artist in residence at Hyundai the SETI Institute and UC San Francisco's Memory and Aging Center. He co-directs the Center for Climate Adapted Heritage Cuisine and serves as curatorial director of the Museum of Future History. A monograph about his art, Thought Experiments, was recently published by Hermer Verlag. Jonathan, I don't know where you find the time, but I'm thrilled to have you speaking here today.
Thank you. And it seems that the first lesson of today is that I need to abbreviate that biography. So thank you so much for having me on in this series. I am going to try to share my screen here, and we will see whether this works. Is screen sharing working?
Yep, looks good to me.
Perfect. Back in the year 1950, Enrico Fermi, the Nobel Prize winning physicist, was having lunch with some friends, and everybody was talking about how the universe must be teeming with extraterrestrial life. One point, maybe over dessert, Fermi famously asked, "Where is everybody?" It was a simple question, but it had, as everyone immediately recognized, profound implications. If the universe is teeming with extraterrestrial life, you would expect that we would have encountered some little green men, or at least there would be some evidence somewhere that there was life elsewhere in the universe. Over the years, a number of explanations have been put forward for what is sometimes referred to as the Great Silence. And these explanations, which have been driven by the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, or SETI, have ranged from the idea that perhaps we are alone, which seems somewhat implausible to me, but is certainly not outside the realm of possibility, to a much more haunting and I think interesting proposal that was put forward first in the 1970s, which is effectively the observation that potentially as civilizations reach a level of complexity that they would become apparent to others elsewhere in the universe, there's something that tends to be self-annihilating. The complexity itself might be responsible for some sort of catastrophe, or might weaken their system in ways that would lead to their demise. And this was proposed, called the Great Filter, ominously enough, proposed in the 1970s, as I said a moment ago, which was a period of reckoning in terms of nuclear armament, where apocalypse seemed like it might be imminent. And of course, today has only become more plausible in terms of the fact that we have become more and more apparent to other civilizations. It's no longer just I Love Lucy that has been making its way through the cosmos. There's so much more in terms of our technology, but also we're facing, in addition to the nuclear threat that hasn't really gone away, we're facing climate change and mass extinction. And as you might imagine, this is a topic that really interests me because it really gets at the crux of who and what we are. And it addresses the greatest questions that we need to be confronting as a civilization. But my way of doing philosophy is somewhat unconventional. I'll give an example. I have been exploring the nature of time recently, motivated by the fact that time seems potentially, this is my hypothesis, to have been responsible for what has gotten us into this mess. That is to say, into the Anthropocene, by way of the fact that getting into an abstraction of time has led us to be able to operate with impunity in terms of everything that we do in the world without observing the natural environment. So what I've been doing is I've been looking at trees. This is a bristlecone pine tree. These trees live for up to 5,000 years. And I've been considering what would happen if we were to look to these trees as a way in which to index time. Instead of using the atomic clock, instead of having time manifesting as an abstraction that allows us to coordinate all that we do while ignoring the consequences, my idea is to create a clock that would be calibrated by the growth of the trees, that would be a municipal clock that people would be able to see and would be able then to calibrate their lives accordingly. As I said, I do philosophy in ways that are somewhat unconventional. So I actually am now working on building this clock, which will be built at the Nevada Museum of Art at the Center for Art and Environment, and will provide people with a way in which to experience arboreal time as an alternative time standard. So it was with this background that I was invited by the SETI Institute a couple of years ago to become a part of their artist in residence program. And as an artist in residence, what I proposed to do was to take on this question that I brought up earlier, this question of whether, in fact, we are at an existential moment, whether, in fact, the silence that has now for 100 years of active searching been the result of that search, whether that might in fact tell us something important about ourselves. And so what I have been doing is I've been creating a library, which may not seem like the obvious response to this sort of question, to this sort of problem, but the idea was motivated by the fact that perhaps we might not be filtered after all, if only we figure out what the conditions are for filtration, and that perhaps other civilizations elsewhere in the universe have not been filtered, not all of them. And so by opening a library, which would be a library of the Great Silence, where we could all together research how it is that civilizations get to that existentially threatening moment, that we might be able to figure out how we might be able to get past it, that potentially civilizations elsewhere in the universe have gotten past some of the threats that lie ahead for us and vice versa. So I decided to create this library in a way that would invite all beings from everywhere throughout the universe, which meant that it wasn't going to be a library in English or even a library of books. Instead, it was going to be a library of objects. Here you can see a hand axe from Paleolithic times, which is one of the objects that I collected as a basis for building this library. And the motivation for building this library in the way that I had done is that unlike books and unlike the language that we use when we write, when we speak, that things are, they're themselves, and they are therefore potentially accessible to all, but simultaneously, they are accessible to us in ways that require us to consider what their significance is without the crutch of language and without the assumptions that are built into the language that we use on an everyday basis. In other words, by collecting what I consider to be transformative objects, objects that are transformational, that have somehow, in ways that I might not understand, that nobody might have fully figured out, that have affected who and what we are, it becomes a way in which to be able to consider how we got here and what sort of transformations may lie ahead and how those transformations might be modulated. Whether chance, for instance, is an operating principle, it seems that it is. Whether overreach is an operating principle that might actually be one that is responsible for the Anthropocene and might actually be existentially threatening. To me, again, it seems that it is. But these words are abstractions. And like the abstraction of time that I alluded to earlier, I would like to get past those abstractions. And so therefore, by grappling with things and simply looking at these objects in the sense of there being an archive of transformations in terms of how we got to where we are right now, that this might be a way in which to be able to consider where we're going and how to change to the extent that we need to do so. Now, of course, little green men have not arrived yet, at least not that I'm aware of. We were for 100 years looking and haven't found any. And it's unlikely that any time in the near future as well, we are going to have visitors from elsewhere in the universe who are going to access the Library of the Great Silence. So at present, the library is open to the life that is readily available, the life that might actually be able to show up in any given place that this library might be situated. That is to say, us, humans, who might, without language, without the assumptions built into it, and with the proposition that, in fact, we have been encountering a great silence and that a great filter or many filters might in some way be ahead in terms of who and what we are right now, and in terms of whether we might survive and how we could potentially thrive. That this might be motivation for bringing people together to consider these objects and to consider their meaning. So I've started to build this library, quite literally, not just collecting object, which, by the way, has been through an open process of nomination that has been ongoing and that continues to this day. I've also been actually prototyping, creating branches. And the first of these was in an idyllic part of Italy, in Abruzzo, in a small town called Fontecchio, where I found a space that was truly representative of transformation in every sense of the word. A temple that had been built to Jupiter, that was then the foundation for a Catholic church, that was then deconsecrated, and that today is a space that has been abandoned, that I have gone into, and after much sweeping, have managed to turn into a small branch of the library, a temporary branch. This was only in place for a few days, but it was interesting as a work in progress, as a way in which to develop this idea of the Library of the Great Silence more broadly, because of the fact that it brought together a community and led me to when brought together with a question like this, can generate very different ideas, not only about the object's significance, but also about what objects belong in the first place. Even though I had already been talking to a lot of people before going to Abruzzo, going there and talking to people about what should go into this branch of the library led me to recognize the importance of this balance between what is universal, global, and what is local. So in Abruzzo, for instance, this is a place that has undergone great earthquakes. In L'Aquila, there was an earthquake back in 2009 that was devastating, that is still really a fact of life for people there. So having material evidence of that in the form of bricks and other building materials that bear witness to that moment, that becomes a way in which people locally can consider what might be existentially threatening at the level of natural phenomena, and that might become more existentially threatening depending on how those natural phenomena relate to the built environment. So it becomes relevant in a given place, in a given time. And that has led me to build more of these branches. Recently, I built a branch in San Francisco in an art gallery where I've been showing my work for the past 15 years, a gallery called Modernism, where I was able to gather a very different set of objects that were based on what seemed especially relevant to me as somebody who has lived here for quite a long time in a place that ostensibly is the center or one of the great centers of technology, and also as a place that I know many others who have been able to contribute their ideas. And as a result of this, the branch has turned out to be quite different. One of the most important differences is that I've developed protocols by which to use this library so that it's not only a matter of being in the presence of these objects, but also allows for the development of new concepts, or even the surfacing of concepts that were there all along for which we maybe did not have language. And the principal mechanism for doing this is a set of interlocking chambers, which, as you can see on screen right now, give space for objects that have been collected. And then using the principle of the Venn diagram, in the internal chambers allows for the expression of relationships, which can be expressed symbolically through new symbols, not using the language that we're familiar with, not using the language that has all these assumptions that are built into it, but a new language made in the moment, made in person by those who are interacting in the library, by the observation of relationships between objects, where often the relationship between two objects has a word that is associated with that relationship, but often where those objects, when seen in sets of three, I've found we don't have words, and yet it seems like they might have something to tell us. So San Francisco is well and good, but honestly, I don't think that it is the first place on the agenda for any little green man or other extraterrestrial who might come and visit. If we were looking at itineraries, I think that a place that might be first on the list is the Allen Telescope Array, which is on Mount Lassen in Northern California. And this is the place where the SETI Institute, where I'm an artist in residence, they have been conducting a search for extraterrestrial intelligence for decades now using radio telescopes. And therefore, it is a place where we have shown, I believe, the greatest interest in others elsewhere in the universe in a way that's palpable, in a way that's visible. And given that we've shown interest in them, it seems like that might be where they would be most likely to show up. So I'm working on building a headquarters of the Library of the Great Silence there. But I needed to start modestly because Mount Lassen is quite remote. It's not so easy to build. And so what I've done is I've created a micro branch, the first micro branch of the Library of the Great Silence, which, as you can see, is based on, and in fact is using as the furnishing, a little free library. And the little free library here, of course, is not a library where you're leaving a book or taking a book, but instead leaving or taking an existentially significant object. So it becomes a space in which humans and other beings can undertake this exchange over time, and we can create this archive collectively that can be a mode of introspection that is introspection through objects, an introspection that takes place in physical space that connects the physical space that we all share with our internal space, with our mental space, and allows us to relate to each other and to the conditions of our planet and of the universe indeed, through this sort of exchange. So the micro branch at the Allen Telescope Array at the Hat Creek Radio Observatory is really just the first of what I imagine to be many throughout the world and indeed throughout the universe. And as you can see, I have grand ambitions for the Library of the Great Silence, that this can become a means by which we as humans can come together in all of the places that we live through an exchange that can take place through a network of micro branches and branches of the library, which perhaps I will be involved in the creation of in some cases, but in other cases, I will not be. I'm not planning to go to Sedna anytime soon, where it might be up to others to come up with the branch, the protocols, and everything else. And that is where I'm going to leave off, since I'm not sure how long I've been speaking relative to the time that we have here, to be able to take some time for question and answer with an invitation to all of you, to everybody who is listening. What I'm seeking to do with the Library of the Great Silence, in the broadest sense of the word, is I'm seeking to create the conditions by which we can all take up a problem that we share, a challenge that we share, and that we can, as much as the metaverse may matter or may be interesting as a space that we are developing where we are able to interact and to have meaningful conversation in the abstract, that simultaneously what I am proposing to do is to create a network in the physical world through physical things that becomes a way in which we can, in the physicality of the Anthropocene, in the real world conditions of change that we are facing, that we can face that change and that we can consider how best to survive and indeed how to flourish going forward. Thank you very much, and I will happily take questions.
Thank you, Jonathan, for sharing that. I think it's a really beautiful project, kind of anticipating the sharing of ideas and between beings that may someday come to Earth, the other beings out there in the universe. Would love to hear some questions from the audience. We are a little bit short on time here, but I'm curious just what reactions you've seen to the Library of the Great Silence from people who may have visited some of these existing branches already.
I found it to be really fascinating how people interact with the objects when those objects are in front of them. And as I mentioned, I'm in San Francisco. This is one of the places where we're creating the metaverse. We being, I guess we in the broad sense of the word, since I'm not personally doing so, but it's a place where we are increasingly working toward a virtual future. And especially in the conditions of the pandemic, which are the conditions under which I started to develop the Library of the Great Silence, where the first branch in Fontecchio in Italy was opened during that brief respite in the summer of 2021, and where the branch at Modernism Gallery was opened in April of 2022, which was really the first window that we had here where people felt comfortable taking off their masks. It's been fascinating to see how coming out of that sort of enforced virtual existence, and also how coming away from the screen that is, even now as we go around unmasked, some of us, some of the time, still is so much of our lives, how it brings out a dimension that we almost have forgotten that we have. And when people start moving objects around and moving their bodies as they move those objects, there's a form of communication that takes place that is, I think, profound. And I don't think that philosophy has the words, quite literally, or the means by which to work in these terms. And that's a really great problem, because philosophy has been responsible or has been given responsibility for coming up with and for, well, mostly for pontificating in terms of presenting the big ideas. And this is to a great extent why, in general, I have abandoned philosophy only then to come back around through projects such as creating a monumental clock that can put us onto bristlecone time rather than simply talking about it. It seems that whenever we experience a place, whenever we experience an alternative reality that is instantiated in a way that we can experience it, that it is equivalent to the reality that we grew up in, it allows us to make that cognitive shift in a way that I think science fiction does in the imagination. But I think that there's something, not necessarily something more, but something else that happens when it is not in the imagination to the exclusion of being in the world, when the world becomes the space of the imagination.
Yeah, thank you for that answer. That's really beautiful. We are out of time here, unfortunately, but thank you so much for your time, Jonathan. It's been a really interesting discussion. And I look forward to hopefully seeing more mini branches of the library.
Great, thank you. And thank you to you and to everyone at C4F. I, again, would invite people to get in touch with me if you're interested in becoming a branch librarian or supporting the Library of the Great Silence in any way.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can drop your information in the chat for people to be able to contact you after this if you'd like.
Great.
But in the meantime, thank you so much, Jonathan. We're going to move on to our next speaker, Laura, who I see waiting in the room here. And it's time for What's Going On with Laura Forchik. Ms. Forchik is the owner of space consulting firm Astrolytical, specializing in space science, industry, and policy, offering space career coaching services and publishing industry reports. She serves as an advisor for Cislunar Space Development Company and for All Moonkind, and she is the VP of Research and Analytics for the Beyond Earth Institute. She serves as a mentor for the Brooke Owens Fellowship Program, and she is a NASA subject matter expert for planetary science missions. She's published 2 books, Rise of the Space Age Millennials, and the brand new book, Becoming Off-Worldly. Laura, it's great to see you. What's going on?
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you again for having me on. It's a pleasure. So the theme this month is policy and media. And as I dove into about the past 2 weeks worth of policy news, it became clear that the theme is actually safety. So I'm going to be harping on that a little bit, and we do have an abridged time for me today. So I might have to go a little bit quicker. Try not to speak too fast. I might just have to summarize this a little bit more quickly. But I want you to keep that in mind, is that there has been a lot going on in the past 2 weeks, and it seems to go around the theme of space safety. So first off, the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC here in the United States, on Thursday last week, issued a draft order, which will change what's known as the 25-year guideline to 5 years and make that a binding rule. So back in the 1990s, NASA did some studies and determined that satellites after the completion of their life, satellites in low Earth orbit in particular, so satellites in LEO upon the completion of their life should be deorbited within 25 years after their mission is over. Or as soon as possible, but no more than 25 years. So that has been debated for quite some time. It is not a binding rule, although my understanding is that NASA satellites and satellites that were funded by NASA were required to meet that, except for when there were waivers issued. So that does not apply to purely commercial satellites. It does not apply to satellites outside the United States that had no NASA involvement. So approximately, from what I've heard, approximately half of satellites actually met that 25-year rule. So fast forward to the past few years, and we've had quite an abundance of satellite launches, especially small sats in constellations. So we have thousands of satellites currently in orbit and many thousands more planned. So the FCC is trying to bring that down from 25 years to 5 years, which was a recommendation by a couple of different organizations. My personal thought, and my thought echoes some other people, is that 5 years is still too long and it should probably be like 1 year. But that does put extra burdens on satellite operators, especially those smaller financial satellites, the ones that don't have the means necessarily to attach passive or active deorbiting capabilities. So this is still going to be debated. And in fact, it was just a draft rule that was issued. They're going to talk about it more on their meeting, the FCC's meeting on September 29th. So if you are interested in this, go ahead and tune into that. That's an open meeting, or, write to your, member of Congress or senator, whoever it is that you think that might be able to have influence over the FCC's rulemaking. But I actually think it's a pretty good idea. Like I said, I don't think it goes far enough, but, I'm not a satellite operator either. So we're just going to have to see how this compromise happens. Moving on, we did have some House of Representatives action going on. 2 days ago on Monday, there were 4 senators that introduced bipartisan legislation called the Orbit Sustainability Act, or Orbits. Orbits isn't really an acronym, I guess it's just a nickname. But Orbits is actually meant to promote satellite deorbiting. So all of the stuff that we have out there, we need to get rid of the dead satellites. We need to get rid of the space debris, the space trash that's already in our orbit that is posing harm to any and all space activities that we have, because even if you're not operating in low Earth orbit, you still need to go through LEO in order to get into higher orbits or to get to the moon or wherever you want to go. So it's turned out that the amount of space trash, which there's no real way to estimate how much, there's no concrete method of estimating how much space trash is in there, in orbit. Estimates are over 1 million if you get down to the teeny tiny pieces that we can't track, but at least in the hundreds of thousands, the high hundreds of thousands of pieces that we can sort of track or sort of estimate are up there. So 1 million pieces or more of space trash. I mean, that's a lot of space trash. So this Orbits Act authorizes, but not appropriates. So this is a key here. It authorizes $150 million over 5 years to NASA. So for those unfamiliar with how that works, someone else in appropriations would have to actually put that money in a bill and then pass that bill and have that signed into law. So authorization just means, it's this amount of money that we think NASA should get, and then someone else in Congress needs to actually appropriate that money. But at least $150 million over 5 years to NASA, plus several other government agencies would be involved in this to update and publish lists about which space debris are the more dangerous ones. Now, this is an area of debate. Should it be those spent rocket boosters, those large boosters that have been up there just sort of tumbling around? Should it be, satellites, dead satellites that are, pose a threat? Should it be little teeny tiny pieces of space debris? And even the tiny little paint chips can cause a lot of issues. So there's some debate as to what is the most dangerous or potentially harmful type of space debris. So those kinds of lists, as well as updating orbital debris standards and encouraging ways of coordinating space traffic management so that we can avoid future collisions. And this is also an area of contention, because how do we calculate those conjunction warnings, and who is responsible for maneuvering, if there should be any maneuvering at all, if the satellite can actually maneuver, because some of them cannot. I mean, there's just a lot of complex space, law and diplomacy that also goes on with this, which it's a totally different topic. I'm not going to get into it. We don't have time. But if you're interested, talk to me after. So this Orbits Act, again, it was just introduced a couple of days ago. So we're going to have to see if it is then, voted through the House and then goes on with a matching legislation in the Senate, et cetera. It's part of the process. Last Friday, National Space Council meeting. There was I believe the second National Space Council meeting of the Biden administration, chaired by the Vice President, Kamala Harris. And one of the really cool things about this meeting, I thought, was that it really did take up that banner of, we're not going to do kinetic anti-satellite tests anymore. So for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, there have been a few anti-satellite tests, ASAT tests in space history. The United States is guilty here, as well as China, Russia, and India. Now, Russia, as recently as November of last year, did a pretty terrible anti-satellite test that actually endangered the International Space Station and continues to endanger the International Space Station. So that was not good. So what happened was a lot of pressure here at the US, in the US government, to do a self-imposed ban, which we did back in December. So that's when the Vice President said, we're not going to do any more anti-satellite tests, which, it's a pretty good thing for us to do, because it doesn't cost us money to say that. And it was, in my understanding, I'm not in government in that level, but my understanding is that the United States was not going to do it anymore. So I think 2007 or 2008, I don't remember exactly, was the last time we did an anti-satellite test. And so it has been over a decade. And so this firmly puts it into our law that not only are we not going to do kinetic anti-satellite tests anymore, we're going to promote self-imposed bans throughout the UN, throughout the world. And so, so far, we've had Canada and New Zealand join us previously. And then yesterday, Japan and Germany also joined us in this attempt to do self-imposed anti-satellite test bans, with a UN resolution that will be proposed at some point in the future to actually try to formalize this within the United Nations, which I think is just a really fantastic idea. Who knows if China and Russia are going to sign on to this? It's to their best interest to sign on to this, because space debris endangers every space player, and China and Russia are both major space players, or at least Russia used to be. We're going to have to see how they do going forward, but China is certainly a major space player. So it's in their interest. But knowing geopolitics right now, they're probably not going to sign on to anything that the United States is leading, unfortunately. So at least we can hope that they're not going to do it anymore. But again, who knows with Russia, since they're a little erratic right now. But in any case, I was really pleased to see yesterday that Japan and Germany signed on. That's only 5 countries out of 190 some countries. So we're going to just have to see. Of course, not all of them have the capability of launching anti-satellite tests, but hopefully more countries will still sign on. Anyway, back to the National Space Council meeting on Friday. There was an agreement signed. It was sort of under the radar agreement, so you might not have even seen this, even if you were paying attention to that Space Council meeting. The NTSB, that's the National Transportation Safety Board, and the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration. So the NTSB and the FAA signed an agreement on how they're going to investigate future spaceflight incidences. So this is important because there's been tension. Last year, like November, there was actual House, don't really know, I don't remember off the top of my head who proposed this, but I think there was at least 2 congressmen who proposed legislation that I don't think went anywhere, but it was still proposed that the NTSB was going to take a larger role in investigating spaceflight mishaps. The NTSB did take a major role in investigating the Virgin Galactic accident. It was a fatal incident, if you remember, back in 2014 that killed one of the test pilots and injured the other one. So the NTSB did take a major role in that. And the NTSB, you might recognize that because they do take an active role in investigating all the aircraft, incidences and mishaps here in the United States. But there was tension because the FAA was pushing back earlier this year. There was the NTSB wants to take more control and the FAA doesn't want them to. So they finally came to this agreement that they signed on Friday about where that boundary is, who's going to take what lead. So the NTSB will take lead on any commercial space. Yeah. By the way, I should have said this is for commercial spaceflight in particular. Like NASA spaceflight, NASA still takes the lead on that, right? If something were to go wrong, like space shuttle missions, for example, NASA took the lead on investigating those. So I should have specified this is for commercial spaceflight. The NTSB will take the lead on any commercial spaceflight or reentry incidences that happen to have a fatality or serious injury to any person, even if they're not on board. So if they're on board, or if they're on the ground, or any damage to property not associated with launch or reentry at the launch site. And the FAA will take responsibility for everything else. So that might not sound exciting to you, but I find that interesting how they're going to break that up. And you can, rest assured that there will be, we haven't seen too many commercial spaceflight incidences so far. We just had Blue Origins just happen, but everything with the capsule at least survived. But the booster did fly. And the booster exploded. We don't really know what happened. Something happened with an anomaly with the booster with Blue Origin's New Shepard. And so this is just a reminder that we should not take this for granted, that there will be spaceflight, accidents. There will be fatalities or major injuries in the future. And we should be prepared mentally and prepared legally as to who's going to take control and lead on these investigations. And so finally, the last topic I want to discuss before opening up to questions is about the DoD. So they issued a couple of weeks ago a new space policy. It's sort of an update from the one from a decade ago that they updated in 2016. Well, now they updated again because a lot's happened. If you recall, now there's now a Space Force and a few other reorganizations and other things that have been happening on the Department of Defense side, where they've issued this directive 3100.10, whatever that means exactly. So basically, they wanted to update it, and this includes 5 tenets of responsibility or responsible behavior in space, which is really important because if you're talking about the military side of things, there's a lot of room for misunderstanding with other countries or miscommunication. So you want to understand the norms of behavior as you go forward. So publishing norms of behavior becomes really important then, as long as you follow through with that. So for example, there's 5 here: operate in and from and to. Okay, so operating in space with due regard. This term due regard is actually a term that's in the Outer Space Treaty of 1967. So we want to operate with due regard when it comes to personnel, property, anything like that. That's actually a legal term. So operate within due regard in space. Limit space debris. So we're back to that space debris. And in fact, the DoD has been actually funding space debris removal proposals. There was a major funding of space debris removal proposals earlier this year. I'm losing track of time, and they hope to do a phase 2 of that. So also the 5 TEDs, the third one is avoid the creation of harmful interference. Harmful interference is also part of the Outer Space Treaty. We don't want to interfere with other, especially other countries, assets or operations in space. Maintain safe separation and safe trajectories. So there's that space traffic management kind of where is it safe to operate, how close, what are the trajectories that's safe to operate, that kind of thing. And communicate and make notifications to enhance the safety and stability of the space domain. So again, this is all policy stuff in the past 2 weeks, and the very common theme here is safety. We want to make sure that we are operating safely in space, whether we're operating in low Earth orbit or going off to the moon. We only have about 7 minutes for me for questions, so I'm going to stop there. My company, Astrolytical, we do space policy, space industry, and space science consulting. So if this is an area of interest to you, any of these topics or more, come contact me after. Happy to talk to you about whatever your project is or whatever questions you might have.
Thank you so much for that talk, Laura. Space safety is such an important topic right now, and obviously it's been really top of mind for our government lately, and for world governments, all spacefaring nations. If you do have a question for our audience, feel free to just drop it in the chat. Or if you're in the Zoom call, you can just turn on your camera, and I am happy to field them for Laura. But Laura, to get us kicked off here, I'm curious, space safety is something that is talked about in a lot of the terms of guidelines, in terms of kind of safe operating guidelines for people to make sure that they aren't creating debris and they're safely maneuvering around other objects in orbit. I'm curious what you know about if we're developing any kind of hard rules besides this 5-year deorbit rule, to kind of hold operators accountable for keeping orbit safe.
Yeah, so there's still a lot of disagreement and a lot of debate as to who's responsible for what. So space traffic management, for example, is an area of concern, specifically who moves and how to confirm, verify who's moving and where, and the concept of dual use. So for example, if you've got something that can actively deorbit a satellite, it can also be doing that for negative reasons, for attacking a satellite, as well as cleaning up space debris. So all of this is just a way of demonstrating that we have a lot more work to do. I don't know if there's like concrete solutions in terms of what you're talking about, but I think it's just baby steps. It's a lot of baby steps to try to get consensus. And I'm a scientist, not a lawyer or a politician. So I can only gauge by my outsider point of view of how that goes. And my understanding is it goes very, very slowly and carefully. So anything in the UN is going to take forever to get through. But once it does, it's pretty well solidified. Everybody talks about the 1967 Outer Space Treaty because there are a lot of signatories that are major space players. Not many people talk about like the Moon Treaty because the US isn't a signatory. So anything that can get through the UN and get a lot of signatories actually is really good. The Artemis Accords is something that is not a UN thing. It is multilateral. Other people think it's bilateral, but it used to be bilateral. It's now actually multilateral agreements with 21 countries that have signed on so far. 21 is still not 190 some, but 21 is a good start, right? There are some major players that are missing: China, Russia, Germany, India, I think, right? I'd have to go double check. But there are some, major players that have signed on, and those are a continuation of the Outer Space Treaty and a clarification of what should be done and how things should happen. You're trying to think ahead. So you asked for like concrete things, and I'm giving you not so concrete things, but it's a hard question to answer off the top of my head.
No, yeah, absolutely. And these kind of international agreements are absolutely so important for ensuring that we all kind of are following the same norms in space, that we're all kind of acting responsibly in our activities on orbit. Let's see, I'm not seeing any questions so far from our audience here.
Well, I do have something to pipe up then.
Oh,
I know
yeah.
it's an international audience, but if you are in the United States, remember that you have a say because this is your space program, right? So contact your elected representatives, both local and federal. So, House Representatives, Senate, contact the White House. Make sure you let them know what's important to you. A lot of times when politicians are making these decisions, crafting legislation, they're going by what lobbyists have said or what people who are already working with them in certain trade associations or think tanks have said. But if this is something that's important to you, then go ahead and you being like just a citizen, contact them because that actually means more because you have no like financial stake in it. You have no reason to contact them other than it's important to you. So this could be something like, did you hear about Artemis and we want to support more Artemis missions? Or it could be something like, we need to track space debris and, near Earth objects in case there are asteroids coming or, the space debris becomes more of a problem, like whatever it happens to be. The issues that are important to you, your elected representatives should hear about it. And if you're in other democracies around the world, then go ahead and have that similar conversation with whoever your elected representatives are as well.
Yeah, definitely. That's a great point, Laura. In the US, you have the ability to contact your representatives and fight for the change that you want to see in the space domain. So it's absolutely a super important thing to exercise here.
Another thing is to pay attention. So sorry, I never know the question, so I'm filling the void here, but pay attention because I already mentioned that the FCC is having an open meeting. NASA has open meetings. They have open advisory meetings. The National Space Council is open in the sense that we can all, watch it live stream, but even a lot of like the NASA advisory meetings, you can call in and have public comment. And so take advantage of that if you want to, or if public comment is not your thing, contact them afterwards and let them know, so get involved because even though you might be a citizen, even though you might not have any connection to, NASA or the DoD or the FCC or the FAA or whoever it is, there's still means of making your voice heard. So be that participant.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much, Laura. I think that's a great note to end on since we're at the end of your time here. I'm sure you have contact information or a website or something that you might want to share with
feel free to get in touch with me, astrolytical.com. Find me on Lara Forsick on Twitter or LinkedIn, and I'm happy to speak with you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Laura. I appreciate your time here today. It's been great talking with you as always.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to introduce our next speaker, Joy Schaufler. Hi, Joy. Welcome to the stream. Joy serves as principal of Distinctive Edge Partners, a strategic communications and marketing firm dedicated to helping organizations build and maximize value, improve operations, and turn risks and threats into opportunities. Joy brings decades of experience building and scaling technology and financial brands with specialized expertise educating customers, media, and investors about the applicability of new technology. She has devised strategies that informed global markets on blockchain's applicability outside of Bitcoin, worked across hardware, IoT, cybersecurity, financial technology, and extensively within the artificial intelligence space, spanning robotics and process automation. Joy's clients have raised billions in capital, executed profitable M&As, built, scaled, and exited thriving international brands, and created massive shareholder value. I'm sorry for any noise in the background here. From M&A and capital raise preparation, international launches, rebrands, executive transitions, and reorganizations, to shaping national policy and advising foreign economic ministries, Joy has spent her career devising data-driven communication strategies that enable exceptional outcomes. Past and current board positions include South by Southwest and ARRP Accelerator, FinTech Professionals Association, and 4 years working with CFIRA and SEC and FINRA on the Jobs Act implementation, enabling online investing as we know it today. Joy has also served as a public affairs and finance officer in the Army Reserve and the Texas Army National Guard. So with that, hello, Joy. Welcome to the stream.
Hi, thank you so much. It's an honor to be here.
So excited to have you.
Well, I've got a little presentation that I'm going to give today, and just kind of pulling the thread from my bio there about my board position at CIFRA. I really had the pleasure of helping to develop a brand new industry created by policy, and that was the online investment industry back in 2014. 2015 with the passage of the Jobs Act. So some call it crowdfunding, you know, other online investing for within private equity. But through that, in order to get the regulations passed through Congress and the rules implemented, and to really grow a thriving industry that kind of self-weeded out people that weren't going to be useful for the industry, and that helped tell the narrative of the industry and really helped grow the individual brands. That's kind of what today's presentation will focus on, is, you know, how do all of us within the space community really not only grow the brands of the space, you know, new space industry, but also the industry as a whole. And so what are the steps we can take? How are we thinking about it? Rachel, I know, you know, the role that you play and that media play here is so key in not only being able to influence policy and help grow individual companies and help open up access to capital for companies here, but also to encourage the next generation of the workforce that it's possible for them, that, you know, even if they're not a physics and calculus genius, that they too belong in space, and there's a role for them to play. And so we all have such a critical role here. But I really think, you know, the media has such a huge, like an outsized role because of the influence that that they have to tell stories. Because, you know, as humans, we learn through stories. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here and just share this brief presentation. If you have any questions as I'm going through, please feel free to enter those in the chat as well. All right, so you guys already heard about me, so don't need to go into that anymore. When you're thinking about, you know, why do you need to grow a brand, right? There's so many people I've met throughout my career who, you know, initially have been hesitant to, they don't want to seem self-promotional. You know, they kind of shy away from it. They just want to keep their head down and work. But at the end of the day, you need to stand out, and you need to stand out to get the capital to grow your company in order to achieve the goals that you want to let others know what it is that you're doing, kind of putting it out there in the world and letting them know how you can possibly work together, because that's going to bring opportunities for partnerships. It's going to ensure that your customers know who you are and the value that you can bring to solving their problems. So how do you do that, right? It's through speaking engagements. It's through generating media and analyst interests. It also helps you to generate opportunities for M&A, whether you're a large company looking to possibly acquire somebody smaller, or if you're a smaller company really looking to strategically grow through M&A. And, you know, lastly, and very importantly, it helps you attract the right kind of talent, being able to reach out and connect and speak with those. But, you know, as I mentioned, we are not just building individual brands here within the space sector. We are really building it for all of the industry. As a new industry, it is emerging growth industry. We're really part of a larger narrative, and each of our stories as companies in the industry are really building the industry narrative as a whole. So you're helping, you know, when one company is successful and they're achieving things and sharing that in the right way, that's helping future companies to generate investor interest. It's helping to shape policy outcomes as we're able to tell stories that that really get to the heart of how this is solving problems, you know, for our country and really for all of mankind. Space is literally our only option as you know, as the human race, right? To become to be able to travel beyond our solar system. We're also building trust there as we're telling our stories and building brands. We're having the larger market build trust and credibility over time. And then we're really speaking to the next generation of talent out there, and again, showing them that it is possible for them to take part in the industry. So how do you build that strong foundation? And at the end of it, it is all about showing people what it is that you do, not just telling them. It's about building a strong foundation and really telling your story to a wider market there. You're able to, tell the story of growth. You're able to build upon what you've done in the past and your experience to showcase how that will enable you to achieve your goals in the future. And even if you're coming from, maybe traditional infrastructure construction markets, and your goal is to, build modular buildings on the moon, or you're coming from traditional mining and your goal is to create something that is able to better and more efficiently mine on the moon, it's really all about weaving that narrative that shows how your team as a group can do what it is that you say that you're going to be able to do, and to pulling on that background and that foundation that you have to be able to show how you can accomplish your goals. So you really need to look at it holistically there. And then how are you fitting into the bigger picture? How is what your company is doing fitting into that bigger narrative? You may own one part, and you may, kind of think, I need to keep my head down and own this one part. But as you're going out and doing speaking engagements, or podcasts or other things out there, being able to share, how your piece of what you're doing is impacting the industry as a whole, is really important. So, make sure to kind of keep that in mind as you're developing your talking points. What is it that I want to accomplish for my company, but how does my company fit into this larger picture? You also want to make sure that you're talking to the right audience when you're with the right message when you are telling your story. And so what does that look like? So from a policy perspective, say you're talking to, you're publishing an op-ed in a publication that gets picked up by staffers, making sure that you're able to go in there and talk about, not only the national security benefits of a strong space ecosystem, but also the benefits for advancing civilization as a whole, how, as we're able to go and move further into space and achieve more goals within space, how is that impacting life here on Earth? How is that improving access to rare earth minerals, for example, to be able to, advance our interests, our manufacturing interests here in the US? How is that, enabling more opportunity here on the ground? So really figuring out what are the key messages that need to be told to those particular audiences, and making sure that you're telling the right story for that particular audience. As you're growing your brand too, press releases are important. While, traditional media and getting articles out there and being in different publications and being able to share with industry trade press is phenomenal. It's important too to develop a tempo of press releases, because it tells your story, tells a story through your lens of accomplishments. So, you don't want to put a press release out for press release's sake. But what you do want to do is, as you have large successes that come up within the growth of your company, being able to strategically release those press releases do use a wire service when you do it. And the reason why is because if you're ever looking to get acquired or any sort of institutional capital or VC funding, there's different services called like PitchBook or different investment aggregation services. And one of the things that they do is they have a thread, like a feeder of all of the news results that your company gets picked up in. And so you're over time kind of building a picture of credibility that can help with a lot of long-term strategic goals there. And sometimes, you're what you think is like, well, it's that information is in my deck, or, I don't want to tout it too much. As long as there's strategic advantage, and you do need to weigh that, but as long as there's strategic advantage to help you on your roadmap, it's really something that, you need to talk through with your communications representatives and see, will this help me meet my goal? Is this something that I want to use to build my story? Most oftentimes it's a yes. And then, you're also, as I mentioned, working with the media, being able to have articles, let other people tell your story. And that's also very important there. So other ways that you can do that is applying for awards. And I wouldn't just go with the traditional industry media or industry awards. I would also look at TechCrunch Awards, South by Southwest. Their pitch competition that they have is one of the best in the country, really in the world. Over 19% of companies who have been accepted into their pitch competition have been acquired or gone public. They've raised billions in capital, and it's just a phenomenal way to kind of showcase your growth, and that they are accepting applications now. But there's so many different pitch competitions that even if you're not looking for capital, if you're an earlier stage company, these can be phenomenal ways to showcase your brand in front of potential investors, in front of media, and in front of other key stakeholders. So in the scientific community, of course, publishing data that showcases your thought leadership. So the white papers, having press releases with data there is absolutely a phenomenal way to increase backlinks and increase thought leadership of executives, because reporters are always looking for data. They're always looking for unbiased, third-party, verified information that they can share in their articles as well. And then, placing yourself in a position of leadership. So if you're watching this webinar today, maybe reaching out to Foundation of the Future, become a member, figure out how you can serve and get involved, or if there's opportunities to speak, go to conferences, connect with the analysts who are there, who might be building profiles of industry players. Just see how you can fit in. Standing on the sidelines and kind of keeping your head down and just working on your little piece of the pie is never going to help you grow as fast as you need to grow to achieve the goals. Like there's this industry is literally about moonshots. So we need to work really hard in order to achieve those, and can't kind of stand back. Really need to throw ourselves into things here. Other ways, especially if what you're building is more capital intensive and is going to take a lot of time, having, especially for investors, examples of successes that you've had in the past, and like your thought process and your thinking to get there, and being able to share those through case studies, or using the small successes to highlight how you're going to achieve the big ones is very important there. So, it's easier said than done, right? So messaging can be one of the hardest things that that a company can do, because you have to literally look at it from every perspective, like all of the you got to kind of lay out all of the pieces of the puzzle. What is the message that I need to give to investors? What is it that they care about? What do my customers care about? And then there's different sectors of your customers. Your commercial customers may care about something different than government customers. All of it, you kind of have to look at it as a puzzle and really see how that puzzle fits together. Especially looking at your website holistically, your sitemap is almost like individual pieces of the puzzle that come together to tell one cohesive story. And so really make sure, even if you're a communicator or if you're a marketing CMO or even a CEO who's looking at this, just doing the simple exercise of listing all of the key stakeholders that you have as a company and being able to kind of list out, then go through your website and say, okay, am I speaking to these audiences? And then rank them by importance, right? The more important audiences, you need to make sure you're really clearly articulating to them. Whereas if it's a 5th or 6th on your list, it may not be as important to have as much content dedicated to them. It could be as simple as a blog post or other content that you could direct people to in your communication with them. But it is important to have clear messaging to the groups that matter most to you. Otherwise, you're going to get a whole lot of people who are coming to your site once you do all of the paid media or awards or speaking engagements, and people are going to not understand why they're there. So making sure that you have kind of that foundation set of the right messaging to your target audience. And then as you're, going out there and promoting the brand and being in places where others are tooting your horn and others are talking about your brand, people can really understand, oh, this is, I need to go to that site. I need to book a meeting with that person because they can solve this problem for me, or we can collaborate in this way to achieve that particular goal. And so, these are just a few ways that you can do that. Again, customer case studies and testimonials is really that proof of, this is how I can accomplish these things. This is what I've done in the past. And then absolutely, content is key. Obviously, being able to share your story through both earned media placements and putting content out there, but also don't forget the paid media opportunities. So, at times, if you have a message that you really need to get out there, it can absolutely be worth, and it needs to be in front of certain audiences. It can be a really good idea to use paid media. And then once you have the media placements as well, sometimes utilizing SEO and things of that nature to make sure that message is spread even wider can be really effective. So if you've ever seen different articles, maybe follow you around on the internet, or you notice the same content popping up over and over, sometimes Google has identified you as being somebody who should see that, or somebody's retargeted you and they've entered your email address so that the information, those articles or that content is coming up whenever you're searching on something relevant, or whenever you're searching, sometimes depending upon the juice they put behind it. So, and that can be really effective if you're looking to, if there's a few key investors or acquirers or staffers or people that you're trying to target there as well. And then, again, putting yourself in the right place. I can't speak enough about how important that is. It's no mystery. Like if you don't put yourself in the right places, you're not going to meet that customer. You're not going to connect with that investor. You're not going to be making those partnerships. And so been really easy, I think, especially in the age of post COVID era to kind of stay on Zoom, but it's important to also get out there and go to the events and meet people and build relationships and just see who you can connect with and how you guys can help each other. So how does this impact the sector in the whole, right? I was just at an event and last night for Austin Technology Council, and it was so powerful because, one of the key messages that came out of that is that space is truly for everybody. That you don't have to have, kind of a brain that's singularly focused on science or math. Figure out how you can get involved, right? How can you engage with others? So whether that's at a traditional technology conference, like the Austin Technology Forum, that's not traditionally on space, how can you engage your communities that you're in? Whether it's through, the Chamber of Commerce, whether it's through local business journals, whether, wherever it is. This is also an outreach to your potential workforce. And it's also showing people what's possible for them. You never know when you're talking to an audience or you're writing an op-ed, how that could impact somebody's future as, of what's possible for themselves. So each person who is going out and helping to build the space industry is really creating an impact that goes so far beyond just them and their company. You are really allocating for the growth of this industry as a whole. So policy is one that I'll give an example of back from the crowdfunding policies that we helped work on. The SEC was taking a long time, taking about 1.5 years to implement the last title, which there was a lot of talk that the chairwoman did not want to implement. And this would have an outsized impact on entrepreneurs' ability to access capital as well as emerging fund managers. And so we were able to get an article placed in a publication utilizing the entrepreneurs who are going to use this particular rule once it went live. And that article was then shared very widely among people on the Hill who had worked on the Jobs Act. And it had a very large impact because they saw that this rule 1.5 years later was still not being implemented, even though it was their will. And so that it ended up getting kind of helped grease the skids a little bit and got moved. But the right stories, humanized with examples, with people there, can make a huge impact from a policy perspective. It can really showcase why is that we need investment in this space. Why it's not wasted money if a rocket just goes and blows up, why it's actually really critical to, again, all of the things I mentioned, from our, natural resources to, the very, very large goals in the end. So when you're sharing these stories, though, it's also really important to keep the focus that, policymakers, congressional leaders, they're people. They are absolutely people too. And so they may not have the knowledge base. They may not have the technical expertise in a particular area, but being able to tell the stories of human impact, being able to showcase why educational investment or investment in a certain type of technology to help the industry is so important. Being able to share that and then being able to share the impact it'll make on our country, on different states or districts, absolutely huge. And then making sure that the staffers are armed with that information, that it's getting picked up in the right feeds, that you're placing it in the right publications, and then sharing it. And again, sometimes it also using paid juice can help from a policy perspective too. So, lastly, I'll leave you here. Rome was not built in a day. Building industries and brands both require trust, which is at the end of the day, consistency over time. It takes 7 times for people to see a brand, to remember that, to build trust, because they're consistently seeing it from you. So every scaling takes time, right? Every article, every speaking engagement, case studies, it's just helping to build both the industry profile and your individual company brand. So very important. I'll leave this up here while I answer any questions as well. But oh, it went away. But oh well. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that, Joy. Really interesting presentation. Obviously, as a member of the media, the issue of effective communication for space companies is near and dear to me. I would love to take some questions from the audience. Feel free to drop them in the chat or just turn your camera on if you're here in Zoom. But to start us off, Joy, you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation that fitting your company's narrative into this kind of larger narrative of the space industry is so important. Can you tell me a little bit about that larger narrative and how companies should approach aligning their story with the bigger image of the space industry?
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll just take the mining example for a moment, right? There's wars over natural resources. There is so much going on there, and space is literally there's an untapped ability to gain access to really powerful, potentially powerful new raw materials to be able to help resolve some of that conflict. And so if you're making a widget and that widget can better enable a drill in space, or that widget can have some sort of impact, not just focusing on, oh, I make this widget, but like focusing on, I'm helping to stabilize our, stabilize the world economy by expanding access to additional resources, right? And it's, that can seem like a little bit of hyperbole, but keeping that in mind, that like I am playing a bigger role, and sharing content about. It doesn't need to say like, here's what I'm doing. I'm doing this by playing this role, but being able to share content that talks about the macro picture, right? Like here's how increasing access to these different minerals or increasing access can potentially help to kind of decrease conflict, building thought leadership in those areas where your company potentially touches, doing those kind of things. And it's not about saying, hey, look at me. It's about being part of a story, in my mind.
Yeah, definitely. I'm curious also about the balance between kind of building your in-person brand through events and conferences versus building your digital brand through something like social media, press releases, and media online. It seems like there's, in the space industry, kind of an emphasis on these in-person events, but I'm curious about your thoughts about how you weigh those two things.
Absolutely. I think they're both critically important, and we'll just take events, for example, in person. I think the most important thing for in-person events actually happens before the event. And so every conference, being able to go and look at all the speakers, or if other attendees lists are available, or if there's an event hashtag and you can see people tagging it, being able to go through that and say, okay, these are the people I need to connect with, going to LinkedIn, connecting in with them with a message about, hey, I'd love to meet up with you, maybe sharing an article that you've been featured in, or sharing some recent news that say, here's a little bit more about me. That is your thinking about your digital presence and digital profile. It's like all the little things that you do along the way go into building that profile. and that's the picture that somebody gets when they search you. So you're kind of building credibility beforehand, and you're framing why it's a valuable connection to be able to connect.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Joy. We're at the end of our time here, but it's been really great hearing from you and your perspective on communication in the space industry and how you build a brand for a space company.
It's an honor.
Really great chatting with you today.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Pleasure's all mine. Take care.
Thank you, Joy. All right, and with that, I think we're concluding Conversations for the Future for today. Thank you to everybody who tuned in. Some really, really great conversations today, and we will see you tomorrow, bright and early, 10 a.m. Right. Thanks, everybody.